Hello again, I am Jim Bob and welcome back to F1 Manager 24 Creator Team Career here on the PC with Cadillac. It's the start of Season 2 and we are kicking off with the sprint weekend in Bahrain. But before we get to Bahrain, we have all of pre-season to get our way through. And if I sound a bit weird, it's because I am getting over quite a nasty little bout of illness. Caught me completely off guard. Late Saturday evening, early Sunday morning. Just hit me for six. Couldn't stop sneezing most of Saturday afternoon, early evening. And felt really bad, and it got much worse over Sunday. I haven't had like an illness like this in quite some time. When I think back, I've had issues with my mental health. I've had periods where my sleep has been so disrupted that I've just been tired, but physically ill like this. I don't think I've been physically ill like this in a few years now. So it's kind of hit me for six. Getting over it. Still a little sniffly. Still got a bit of a cough. Still a little wheezy, but feeling better than I was a few days ago, and eager to jump in and get season 2 started. So let's try and muddle our way through as best we can tonight. Hopefully. It won't go very badly. Hopefully it'll go quite well, but we'll see. We'll see how things go. Evening Dino, evening Marcel. Hello to everyone else who's lurking in the chat as well. It is January 1st, 2027, and as you can see, we have a new driver and the reformation of an old partnership, Hamilton and Bottas. Only this time it's for Cadillac, not Mercedes. And it put us in quite a bit of financial struggle. We are going to start the season having continued with Ferrari engines for at least the next season as well after this one. We are currently $6 million in debt, which on the face of it is pretty bad, because it means we have no money to immediately get started with car. And not just car development, but refurbing our facilities, which are also in a bit of a state. However, it is sponsor negotiation day as well. So we will have a little bit of cash coming in from sponsors. Depending on what sponsors we choose will determine how much cash we go with at the start of the season and how much we will have on an ongoing basis. Let's have a quick look at our inbox before we do anything else. So we can see how much our car has improved from last season. These are end of last season figures, I believe. Although I'm not 100% certain. So you can see speed-wise, we've gained about a kilometre, just over a kilometre in speed, which is quite nice. Gained just a tiny little bit of acceleration. We gained, not sure what this value is actually supposed to be here. What is this value here? Airflow, maybe? I don't know. No idea what that is. But as you can see, we've improved our downforce levels across the board. We've gained about 11% or so in dirty air performance. Engine cooling has improved by just a small amount, not much at all. Tyre wear's gone up by a bit as well. We're up to about 60.5%. DRS has improved up to nearly 62%. Even in weight. So we have made some definite steps forward. We are going to have to do a lot more. DRS. Yes. No, that's down here. So I'm not quite sure what this value is supposed to represent. I'll figure it out at some point. As you can see, we can now start designing and manufacturing. We can't do research yet for next year because we haven't had the regulations for next year finalised yet. Pit crew performance. Our pit crew is definitely regressed over the winter. We've got a new ATR period here. We get 7 MAU hours every couple of months and 96 winter hours, which is quite a nice amount. These are the ATR allocations, as you can see. That's our total allowance there, 58 MAU hours for the season, 768 wind tunnel hours remaining. And there you can see the final standings last season. We finished in 8th place, 46 points. Our target last year was 8th. This year, we'll come to the facilities in a second. This year, our target is 7th or above. Once again, board is not happy with finances, but that's not too unexpected. This is the season where we have to try and achieve our long-term objective, if possible. We actually got halfway through it last season, so I think if we can continue to make decent progress, we've got a good chance of actually achieving that this year. However, the rest of the grid is also making progress as well. In terms of finances, we're going to get about 4.5 mil a month from the board. I don't think that's going to be enough. We are going to get prize money though. Let's see if we can delve into the finances a little bit. So prize money, we're going to get about 3 mil a month, it would seem, and a little bit from our facilities. But this is telling though. Our total income for the month so far is 7.8 mil. Our total outgoings is 8.6. So we are losing about 800 grand a month at the moment. And that's probably down to the fact that our drivers are so expensive. There isn't a lot I can do to improve that at the moment. Once we start getting payments from the sponsors, because they're not factored into this initial monthly breakdown, that will you can see by the end of the season we're projected, if nothing changes, to be 12.6 mil. So we're going to lose about another 6 mil over the rest of the season if nothing changes. That's how much we're losing at the moment, about $767,000. But there's no sponsor income added into this yet, so we can claw some money back on a month-by-month basis, or at least every 6 weeks, from our sponsors, with payments from them on top of whatever we get per race. Of course, there are less races this season. There are only 20 race weekends. There are 10 sprints though. So let's take a look at the 2027 calendar, shall we? Evening, Livery Johnny. Good to see you. We are starting the season in Sakir, and it is a sprint weekend. That is our first Grand Prix. Then we go to Jeddah, and then we go Melbourne for another sprint weekend, Suzuka, then China for another sprint weekend, then Singapore for another sprint weekend, Baku, and that is the sort of eastern block of our championship. Then we go into Europe, I suppose technically called Baku part of Europe as well. So we've got Baku to start us off with that block. Barcelona will be a sprint. That was one of the sprints requested. Monaco, it's still in the calendar. We will have a sprint in Monaco as well. A sprint in Austria. Then we go to Silverstone, Spa. After Spa, we go to Hungary. Then Imola, Monza. Then we go back to sprinting again after a block of non-sprint races. We go back to sprinting again in Montreal. Then we go to Vegas. There'll be a sprint in Vegas. Then we go to Kota. Then Mexico with a sprint. And then we finish the season off in Sao Paulo, Brazil. Let's see how that actually looks on the calendar, shall we? So, first race doesn't start until end of the second week of March, so quite a wait. And then it's a 4-week gap until the next Grand Prix. Then we have a 2-week gap until Monza till Melbourne, a 2-week gap until we go to Suzuka. Then we have a 2-week gap before we go to China, and then back to back we go from China to Singapore. Then we have a 2-week gap until Baku, 2 weeks until we go to Spain, and then back to back from Spain to Monaco. After Monaco, we have a 3-week gap until we go back to back Austria and Silverstone. Into August, we then have our mid-season break, 1, 2, 3, 4 weeks between Silverstone and Spa. After Spa, we go straight to Hungary. Then we have a 2-week gap until we go back to back in Italy again. And then after that, we have a quite a big gap in the calendar, as you can see. So another 3-week gap before a triple header, where we go Canada, sort of west coast, and then, well, Vegas, and then down to the south for Texas. Then we have a 2-3 week break until we go Mexico and then Brazil to end the season. So we've got a few gaps and a few back-to-back weekends. We've also got a few that are more traditionally spaced out every couple of weeks. It's an interesting little mix, and then we've got 1 or 2 triple headers in there as well. But a lot of sprint weekends. So there are going to be times where our pit crew is going to be very, very tired this season. It's going to be interesting trying to work out our pit crew training around those multiple sprints, especially when they're back-to-back sprints like that as well. So let's take a look first of all at our facilities. So everything in car development, as you can see, needs some amount of love and attention in some shape or form. Our facilities for staff are okay, although the race sim is about to need some TLC as well. Boardroom, hospitality, helipad, tour centre, memorabilia room, all okay at the moment. Tour centre is a little vulnerable to needing a refurb soon. Weather centre is definitely in need of one, but we'll get to that when we get to it. It's the least important of our facilities right now. In PR Gamer. And let's take a look at the car. Let's see how much of a step we've taken forward. Not a huge step, it would seem. Still slowest. DRS a little bit better. Low speed is actually 17th. So where there are 2 separate teams that are slower than us in the low speed. But everything else is terrible. So we've taken a step forward, but it would appear so has everybody else. Let's see. Who was the best team last year? It was Mercedes. Let's see. Where do they sit on the grid this year? Pretty strong again. They don't have a particularly good DRS, but they do have a very quick car, very strong acceleration, very strong low-speed performance, 5th and 9th in medium and high, very, very good in dirty air, tyre wear and engine cooling also very good as well. So it looks like they might be the car to beat. Let's take a look at the Ferrari. Ooh, Ferrari looks in rough shape for this season. So 19th in top speed, 21st in DRS, middle of the pack in acceleration, very bad in cornering, almost as bad as us. Well, this is rank wise. We'll check the actual ratings in a moment. Let's see who has got the best car then. Let's take a look at McLaren. McLaren on paper looks to be an average car, upper midfield maybe. Red Bull, not got a lot of speed, got a lot of downforce though. They could be an interesting car this season. And of course this is day 1, so we've got 3 months to go until our first, well, 2.5 months until our first race. So it'll be very interesting to see how things change over the next 2.5 months. Let's take a look at then Alpine. They've almost the reverse of Red Bull, so they've got some good speed, average to bad downforce. What about Williams? Ooh, hello, Williams could potentially be in there for car of the grid so far. We've got top speed, top acceleration, third best DRS, so mighty quick in terms of outright speed. They're ninth in the low speed. That's their weakest downforce period. Very good in medium and high speed. Dirty air is letting them down a little bit, and then they're ninth in tyres, fifth in engine cooling. So Williams looking very strong. Haas, very much an upper midfield looking car at the moment. Let down by their DRS, but that's about all they're let down by. Racing Bulls, they were abysmal last year. They have improved a bit, it would seem. Not a massive amount. They're lower midfield. Audi. Ooh, Audi look to have a pretty rough car again. And they're going to have 2 rookies this year. So they could struggle for consistency. Not quick. Terrible acceleration. Terrible low-speed downforce. Pretty rough all round. Tyre wear's pretty bad as well. So they're on a level with us. Aston Martin. Very strong in the medium and high speed. Look at that top there. Very average in the low speed. Pretty quick. Poor acceleration. Decent DRS. And then there's us. So let's actually see what that performance looks like. So speed-wise, we're down 1.7 kilometers. That's quite a bit. Down a fair bit in acceleration, although the gap has been bigger at times in previous seasons. DRS is pretty close. Downforce, we've definitely closed the gap. The gaps are still bigger than I would like. Particularly in the high speed. That's not a nice gap, but it's not horrifically bad. We've got the gap down to about 9% in dirty air. Tyre wear, we're down by about 7.5% to Mercedes. So it's not too bad. Not too bad. I think we could, depending on how these next upgrades go, we could maybe do something. To move up the order a little bit. Let's take a look at our driver pairing as well. So we need to decide what we want to do with Hamilton. Do we want to leave him on driver training? I mean, he's on very low development, so probably not going to get a lot out of him. But it might help stop him from declining. Or we could put him into car development, or we could even put him onto commercial. I mean, his marketability is 100 out of 100. So that would definitely help if we put him into sponsor activities. Very tempting. Very tempting indeed. I think we'll leave him as he is for now. 42 mil a season. Yeah. Yeah, I agree, Dino. Leave him so he doesn't degrade as quickly. I think that's probably what we're going to do. We're going to leave him as is. He has a low affinity to Javi. And he has not worked with Mark Slade before. So there's no point affecting Valtteri's relationship with his engineer, which is now if I can find him, now into good. So that's helpful. His stats will also be lower because he's unhappy. Yeah, but only by 1. His stats only go down by 1 because of the reduced impact we have. It means that, yeah, when they're unhappy, they don't lose as much, but when they're happy, they don't get those monstrously obscene gains as well. So it balances everything out a little bit. It just means morale has less of an a factor on actual performance, but certainly still plays an issue when it comes to contracts and stuff like that, motivation, and maybe the knock-on effect on other personnel as well. Do I need to redo any training for Valtteri? He's on driver development. Again, we're going to leave him on that so he doesn't degrade. I think my engineers should still be where they need to be. Yep, very much so there. Javi. Let's get him on composure and communication, so he can help build that relationship with Lewis nice and quickly. Let's check our affiliates. So we still have Ricardo. He should still be on commercial work. He's got an 83 marketability rating. And yes, he's on marketability stuff. Good, good, good. Let's take a look at Pietro. Should be still on car development, which he is. Excellent. Let's see. Jack is still on race strategy. We're going to leave him on drive development, but I might... Let's see. So it's adaptability, overtaking, defending, his three weakest areas. I think I'm going to put him onto balance now. Leave him on balanced. And let's take a look at Logan. So Logan is currently working on cornering, braking, adaptability and accuracy. Be nice to boost his smoothness a little bit if we can. Let's go with sleeping on balanced as well, I think. Alright, so those guys are done. We haven't got any other new staff. These guys are all as they were before. Let's double check what they're up to. So he's on bodywork. So side pods. Chassis and suspension. Chassis is really strong. What about structure? Chassis. Chassis. I think we'll leave him on bodywork, I think. And then let's take a look at Ian. So he's pretty well balanced. He's very good at airflow management, which is nice, but we could do with boosting everything else. Let's put him onto grip and traction, try and get the downforce numbers to improve slightly. As you can see, 86, 86, and 87. Be nice to get those up a little bit more. Marco Peroni, our pick manager. Let's have a look at him. He's still slogging away on innovation, which is exactly where he needs to be. Those are the two most important stats, and they definitely need some work. So, right, I think now we are ready to make some money with the sponsors. Let's have a look-see. So we have ESPN, Walmart, and Gamebridge as our three. And straight away, I think we can eliminate Gamebridge because they are only offering a total of 51 against 57 and 55.7. That said, they do provide a nice big chunk of engagement. ESPN would sort out all my upfront money cost issues straight away. Let's initially take ESPN and let's see what our options are for additional sponsors. So we've actually got a couple of straight up blue choices in here. We've got plenty of 2-star choices now as well with our team's commercial improvements. We definitely want Henrik Engineering, which is Pirelli. They are always a good one to have. Plus we also want yellow to increase our engagement as much as we can. Rogue coin, that becomes inter protection. Even Invicta could be a useful one. I'm also looking at how much each one's going to pay out. Definitely want Zapata AI to boost our race day income and to take us up to 73 mil. Let me have a look at United Rentals. They are a very good one to have, but we don't need that much funding. So let's go with let's go with Walmart funding. So now we're up to 82.1 mil. We've got 20 mil up front. So that gives about 14 mil to get started on fixing the facilities and get some projects underway. It's not a lot in the grand scheme of things. But it will give us a nice engagement package and a nicer race day package. Kit Kats will give us a little bit of everything. And they'll give us a wind tunnel, which we know can be worth about 4 mil. So we'll go with Kit Kat, I think. And then I'm thinking we probably go with these guys here with Interprotection. So that means we actually hit 100 million funding, which I think is the first time I've ever hit 9 digits before in pre-season funding. And then that'll give us 23 mil up front. That's quite nice. 34 mil in engagement and 42.8 mil for race day. So race day payouts could be quite nice, although the requirement might be a bit higher, which might make it a bit harder to achieve. We'll see. But that's the package I think we're going to go with. So let's confirm that choice. And then let's see, our preference will be driver activity. That's great because we can use Ricardo for a lot of that. Awesome stuff. So I've decided to keep the car yellow. I did toy with the idea of blue, did some test runs, and I decided for this season I want to continue with the yellow livery. I've added in a new mod, which I will go through and collate the mods when I can, because there have been a few changes. You will see some of the other ones a bit later on. But this is a mod I've used before. This is available on Overtake. This is JD's helmet mods for Creator Team. This is the helmet pack 3. You get 3 packs. It's the pack number 3 for these two. And then I just gone around and messed with the colours a little bit to get them to look like that. I wanted to have a little bit of contrast to the car colour and the team colours. And, Hamilton and purple helmets go together. That actually sounds quite dodgy. But he obviously had purple helmet when he was at Mercedes for a while. So it's not an unusual colour for him to run. And then black I had tried to get a little bit of blue in there, but it then started to distort some of the other stuff on this helmet. So got some purple banding on a black helmet for Valtteri. But there is enough of a difference to make them easily identifiable, which is good. And then we might mess around with those in future seasons as well. But that is the plan for now, anyway. Same base colours, same team colours, everything like that's the same, so no need to make any changes there. That's all good. So a balance of 17.1 mil. Let's immediately start to fix what needs to be fixed. As much as I would love to do that, just cannot justify that cost at this early stage of the year. I'm going to refurb what I think is the most important thing to refurb. It's going to take a month, but we are going to need everything to be buildable as quickly as we can. We're down to 10 mil. How much will that cost to do either? Yeah, I might just leave this at level 1 all the way through. But 320k, it's not that expensive at all. I am going to go ahead and stick the final upgrade in on that. That's expensive for what it is, and I need the money. So we're not going to upgrade these or refurb these 3 for now. That leaves me 8 mil to get started on upgrades. That's not a huge amount. Not a huge amount at all. That is 2. It's not even 2 upgrades. Damn. Might have to wait a week for the second one, or a couple of weeks. Let's get the pit crew sorted. All right. So we are starting the month nicely. Well, pretty nicely well rested. We're at 7%. Is that going to carry across? There we go. That is nice. That's reset the way it normally does. That's good. Yep. We are going to push them really hard on gym training at the start of the season, or the start of the year, as I should say, to try and whip them into shape as quickly as we can speed-wise, because it's not going to take too long to whip them into shape skill-wise. So right now it's all about making sure that they get that all-important speed training in. And a nice big block. It just feels weird doing it on that side. Let's do it that way. That's what I'm used to. I thought I'd try something a little different, and it threw me off. Okay, the fatigue is a little higher than I would like. Let's take that day out like that. Okay. That takes me down to 8% there. Let's do that instead. Again, we need to bring our car development up this season, because that is something that we definitely let lag last year. It's not a monstrously important stat, car building, but I mean, it helps. Car building focuses mainly on there you can see rapid car assembly to improve the speed of car part changes. So that's very useful for damaged front wings, etc., but also helps when we're making changes in in practice sessions helps them set the car up a bit quicker when we program in those changes each time. Not massively important, but it's definitely not something I want to completely neglect. And you can see we're not doing any skill work at all in this first month. We're focusing pretty much entirely on speed and just a little bit of car building in there just to fill in a couple of gaps. But now I want to focus purely on shaving time off stops. I think I can get one more day in here. It will be tight. Oh, that's too much. Okay, let's take the afternoon out. Let's just take it out completely. And let's just go to car building there. 18%, let's play it safe. Actually, what about if I put... just do that. 23%. I can live with 23%. I'm comfortable with that. There we go. That is our training for January. So not a lick of skill training. It's all on speed with a tiny bit of car building. There we go. So let's get started on the car itself. Let's see exactly what part is the worst part and by how much. So yeah, chassis is abysmal. Everything is diabolically bad. Front wing. Okay, so 5th in low speed, 13th, 15th. Everything there is pretty bad. Rear wing. I'm expecting to see some niceness here. And actually, that's pretty terrible. Oh dear. It's worse than I was expecting. Side pods, let's have a look. Side pods, pretty abysmal, as expected. Underfloor. Ooh, look at that. Look at our underfloor. Hello. I like that. Shame everything else about it's crap, but I like that. That's where most of the downforce is coming on our car then, it's from the underfloor. And then a little bit of improvement here in the low speed on the suspension as well. That's not too bad. Right, we don't have massive amounts of money. Last year, well, I think the biggest issues we had in not finding as much speed improvement and performance as we needed from our wings was we didn't do intense build first wings. We only did normal build because we ran out of money. This year we're going to take a different approach. So we are going to do our very first project is going to be an intense right, this is build, isn't it? I don't want to do that. Don't build any more of them, for God's sake. Go to car part development design. We are going to design a monster rear wing. This is the plan. So we are going to go massively spiked there. We're going to just push that up just a little bit. And then we are going to take that down to there. We're going to go quite fragile with these. So we're going to gain about 0.2 kilometers an hour. A little bit of acceleration, 4% on the DRS. A little bit of downforce, a little bit of dirty air performance. This will take 39 days. So we'll have that more than enough time for Sakir. And we are going to go with intense. That's going to cost me 5.4 mil, which means we can't do another intense part. until we get up to 3 mil. We will be short by a couple of 100,000. There we go. So that's it. That's our one and only part that we're getting started on for now, because I accidentally spent a little bit more than I was intending to on other things. But we will hopefully earn enough after 2 weeks from our tour centre. And we have finally got the clock started. There goes that upgrade. And we have just over 3 mil. So now we can get our next part done. And it's going to be a chassis, because the chassis is abysmal. And it's also a really good way for us to increase weight off the car very, very quickly. Yeah, we'll go with that. There we go. And we'll go in intense, 32 days. And then another 20 days to build them. So we'll have that for both cars by the time we get to Sakir. Lovely stuff. There we go. One thing we haven't done is seen the lineups for this season yet. So let's do that now, shall we? Let's start off with the F3 driver rosters. Let's see. Jack is an F2 driver, so we won't see him in here. We'll scroll through. Sophia Flörsch is in. Inga's in. We've got ourselves a new gen here. Maxwell Esterson is somebody we could potentially consider signing at some point. He is an American. We do want to try and foster American talent in this team if we can. Let's move into the F2 calendar. So let's see. Roman Staniak and Christian Mansell are racing for Prema this season. In Victor, we've got Victor Martin and Gabriele Mini. Alexander Dunn and Zach O'Sullivan at Rodin. High Tech, we've got Pepe Marti and Rafael Camara. ART have Wilhelm Nagel and Fornaroli. Not tied to a team. Neither is Pepe Marti. He's tied to Williams, Christian Mansell. Oliver Goethe and Fittipaldi at MP Motorsport. Here we go. So Jack is driving for Dams this year alongside Martinius Stenshorn. PHM have got Kasper Stucker and Callum Boyson. Campos have Joshua Durskin and Tim Tramnitz. And it's an all McLaren lineup for Van Amersfoort, Ritomo Miata and Noah Leon. The main team rosters. So here we go. Straight away, we have our first big pair of changes. Sainz has gone back to Ferrari to partner Charles Leclerc. And Lando Norris has moved across to Mercedes in what could possibly be the strongest lineup on the grid. With Norris and Russell at Mercedes. Then we have Piastri and Antonelli in McLaren. That's also a very strong lineup. Williams have Liam Lawson and Alex Albon. That's a very interesting lineup. I may well need to change some helmets after this first weekend, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Max is at Red Bull. Isaac is at Red Bull alongside him. No change there. Yuki Tsunoda has been joined by Esteban Ocon to replace the retired Fernando Alonso at Aston Martin. Alpine have brought in Mick Schumacher to replace Franco Colapinto. He will partner up with Pierre Gasly this season. We have Bottas and Hamilton this season to replace Sergio Perez. Lindblad has moved across to partner up with Bortoletto, replacing the retired Nico Hulkenberg at Audi. Ollie Behrman is joined by Kevin Magnussen, who returns to the team once again, for the third time, he's at the team. This time to replace Esteban Ocon, who's moved to Aston. And Iwasa has partnered up with Lance Stroll at Racing Bulls. And I do think I need to do something here because that looks to be the wrong uniform there, and potentially the wrong uniform there as well. So I might have some broken driver suits to fix here. We shall see. Marty will be in Formula E. Yes, I did see that he had secured himself a Formula E drive for next season. So our car park test centre is done. At some point we have to diverge from reality and just let it run its course. I mean, we're now nearly 2 years ahead of where things are in reality. So what do you mean expecting better results? We haven't even started the season. Yeah, I'm sorry to say we're concerned about the team's recent poor performance. This is purely down to the fact that the board's a miserable amount of money. I mean, everything team-wise went up at the end of the season. My rating went up. The team rating went up. You know, we end up with high confidence. We smashed through the pre-season target of 9th and scored 46 points. We even finished the season with some amazing results. In fact, let me go to... Where did we finish? We finished last season. We finished... Well, we don't actually have those seasons to look at anymore, those races on the grid. But how did we do in Brazil last year, for example? Doesn't say. Previous race results is locked. Yeah. We'd have to dive into the online database area. I'm not going to bother with that, but do we want them to turn up? Yeah, why not? Fuck it. I don't think we're going to do particularly well in Bahrain, but we'll see how we go. Hey, Mark Slade goes up to a 90 overall. Excellent stuff. Can't believe they're expecting better results. Well, the board are obviously pissed with me about money, so let's try and raise them. I'll be back in just a second. Okay, last day of the month. We've got 200k in the bank. That's going to disappear in a second. Our monthly bills are going to gobble that up. All right, let's have a look. So we gained a point in cornering for Logan. Jack gained a point in adaptability. We gained a point in defending for Pietro. Nothing for Danny Rick. No change to either of our main drivers. Jeez, look at that. We just lost 1 million. That's more than I was expecting. We lost more than 1 million. No. Yeah, we lost about... we had, what, 205,000. We would have gained another 90, so... Let's say we had 300k. Yeah, we've lost... Ooh, excuse me. It depends on the day of the week, actually. What is the day of the week? Oh, it is a Monday as well. Yeah. Yeah, we just lost a huge amount of money. That's not good. Let's get the pit crew done for February. Now we're going to start to reintroduce some skill work. Let's start, though, with another week of solid gym training. We're at 6% after a full week. That's excellent. There we go, 9%. You're guessing it'll be fewer, bigger upgrades. I'm not entirely sure. I think that the main thing I do want to do is to try and get intense wings built for the first wings, because we didn't do that last year, and wings take so long to design. Kind of cancelled out, and they're so expensive. It's kind of cancelled out a little bit by the fact that they are so cheap to build and very quick to build. But you know, we definitely lost some performance that we could have definitely used by not having those. You know, so every subsequent wing that we could have made would always have had less potential because we didn't get an intense one done on the first one, which is something I want to try and avoid this time round, because I think, you know, there's a lot of performance to find in the wings each season. But we're still going to be trying to knock out some big upgrades for all of our parts across the year. And I realise I have, once again, completely ignored car building. So let's make some little tweaks like that. That gets down to 25. Ooh, that is tight. That's very tight. Let's make that a little bit easier to live with going into the next month. There we go. That's nicer. So, we get down to about 2.35 seconds per pit stop. Chances of mistakes coming back down again. Car building's up to 60% now. Very nice. We've already done all of that stuff. I don't want to have a look at that. Oh, Hamilton's cheered up a little bit. He's not miserable anymore. He's neutral now. He's very unhappy with the car performance. Very unhappy with the other staff. He's upset about low facility condition. Yeah, well, If you didn't want such a big contract, Lewis, I'd have had more money to deal with things like that. Can't really blame Hamilton for that. It's my own fault for actually agreeing to pay him that much money. Alright, those 2 upgrades going through will help. But here is the first big problem. Designs are done, but we can't build them because we don't have any money. And we don't have any money for a while because we've had our pre-sim... Oh, god damn it. The thing is, this is what pisses me off about this particular one. Concerned about the race sim. Now, my race sim is now actually going to be like this, 71%. So definitely into that reduced efficiency area already. Now, if I had just refurbed this and paid however much it was to refurb it, or even just, built, upgraded it, and then got that email, I would still have to shut it down and could still have structural damage and have to pay a fortune. But if I were to shut it down now and pay the 80 grand, it doesn't do anything to the fault that's already there in terms of the wear. If I were to just deny it and say, blah, 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 okay, there's structural issues, let's refurbish the facility, I still have to pay to do it here and then do it again with extra expense somewhere else as well. So it's annoying. You're paying twice for the same thing, effectively. So we're going to have to shut it down. It's the cheapest way. Yeah, we'll have to shut it down and just hope that, it doesn't cost me an arm and a leg. To tart it up. Alright, Marco Pironi's improved. That's nice. Right, so 12 days to go until we actually get some money from our sponsors. No signs of structural damage, so we could have actually just left it open and not paid 80 grand. Great. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. Right. Now we can actually earn some money. Have I got some water with me? I've got a couple of drinks ready and waiting. So yeah, I've just taken a swig. Head of aero fuel is worth 80k. Sorry, 800k. It's not a lot, but we're going to get 4.26 mil for engagement. It's less than last season. Last season we were earning 6 mil a month. Wow, Danny Rick's contribution here is really low. Just got to throw in the big hits. Wow, they really like Valtteri for this. Make sure that we clear that nicely. Can't risk not getting our money. So we'll get 5 mil in about 6 weeks' time. Doesn't help me now. Doesn't help me build those upgrades that we've got, but at least we've got them started. Just need to actually build them now, and the rear wings won't take too long to build, which is the other good thing. No improvement to our juniors. No change to our main drivers. We're 2 weeks away from race weekend. Javi's gone up by a point. More pit crew training to do. We're now 1.7 mil in debt. That's not good. Yeah. Now that the season's underway, we're going to start to earn some money back. But yeah, it's going to be tough. It's going to be very tough trying to, pay for upgrades this season, I think. I'm going to have to look at ways I can, whatever ways I can to try and reduce costs. Might have to bin off Danny Rick. As long as it's not contract, isn't going to cost me an arm and a leg to break. And of course, the opening Grand Prix is a sprint weekend, so got to make sure we go in with zero fatigue, or else we are in trouble. Is a little bit too much. Yeah, I think because we've got a nice 3-week gap, I can get away with going in with 1% fatigue. I can live with that. We'll give them 2 days off, and then we'll get them back to some split training. Let's give them 1 day off, do a bit of car building. And you can see what I mean about not having to worry too much about our skills, because they'll come up pretty quickly. You can see they're already in the 70s. And there we go. That's the pit crew training done for March. Rating point increase for Ian. Very nice. Got a new ATR period. Can't do anything with it yet because I don't have the money. Weather forecast is dry as always. And let's head to Bahrain. And let's see, what are our targets? 890,000 per driver. That's actually slightly less than last season. 891. All right. 18th or higher are the targets. No upgrades on the car. Off we go.
Welcome to Bahrain, ladies and gentlemen. F1 is back. The beginning of a brand new Formula One season. Every team, every driver, whether rookies or champions, all start here on zero, ahead of another year's battle for glory. Well, there's a newcomer in the RB seat this weekend, an opportunity for them to see what they can do with the car. Let's see what the weekend has in store.
All right, it's a sprint weekend, so we're not going to be learning the car that much. We've got this one session to try and get it set. Luckily, I have two setups that I always start with. So we have 5, 11.5, a 6.4, a 3.35, and a 0.6, something like that for the first car. And then for the second car, something a little similar. We have a 4.5 and 11, 7.3, 3.2 and a 0.25, something like that. We are going to try and get them to run the entire session. I don't know if they'll be able to or not on these tyres, but hopefully they will. We're running the same tyre mod as last season, but teams have got better at looking after their tyres, as have we, in terms of tyre wear. So there should theoretically be less stops this season. We shall see if that turns out to be the case, but yeah, let's hit the track, shall we?
Green light.
So out goes Valtteri in his brand new helmet.
And radio check.
And here comes
Good for V2.
Lewis in his brand new car.
Radio check.
Copy. Loud and clear.
Evening, Cats. How slow is the car? Very. And there are rookies running as well. Let's see. Someone's running for Ferrari. It's not Sainz. Don't know who it is off the top of my head. Nagel's in at Red Bull. Victor Martin and someone else are running at Mercedes. Porsche's running at Williams. Pepe Marti's running at Racing Bulls. Stucker's getting a run at Aston. And before you get to see any of the cars, we are going to hit some commercials. All right, for those of you who had commercials, welcome back we have some slightly new look cars on the grid this season. Now, the initial plan was to run the 2026 model for Ferrari and Red Bull. That is not happening because of a couple of reasons. One, there's a couple of camera issues with those cars that need to be fixed, and they are on the to-do list for the mod maker. But the main reason, because I could have worked around those for those two teams, the main reason though is just the DRS looks awful. Every time it opens really, really unnaturally, and it looks really jarring. So I decided until we either get models that have a very different rear wing activation style, or we get models from maybe a different mod maker, we're not going to run those. We're going to just continue to run the standard models and just keep changing deliveries like this. So the first change that you can see is just in front of us there, Haas with an updated livery, bit more tie-in with Toyota. So if we ride with Kevin Magnussen,
Still the same.
there you can see the new look Haas for 2027. No change to the Alpine.
We need to work on the tires, keep the temperature on the tires.
But that is Mick Schumacher's Dragon helmet that he is running. I think this is WEC helmet. But that's been added in. We're running the Fire Nexus's helmet extension for the 2025 DLC mod that was released a couple of weeks ago. And this basically adds in a few extra helmets that weren't originally part of the 2025 DLC, and also means that if a driver moves back to his original team, it should revert him back to his original helmet as well, whereas it wouldn't have done that before. So that's quite useful. We do have a new look Williams this year, and there it is. This is available on overtake.gg, and this is one of JD's Williams packs. There are 3 different Williams packs. This is the Williams pack number 2 or number 3. I think it's the number 3 Williams pack. So, a new look Williams team this season. We also have an updated Ferrari. It's the same style, but with a darker colour scheme. So, gone is the bright red Ferrari. It's more of a crimson scarlet colour this season, and that has brought some changes to the overalls, etc. as well, which no doubt you will see as the season progresses. And we see them in cutscenes. We also have a new styling for Mercedes. CrowdStrike is now the principal sponsor for Mercedes. I have 2 versions of this. This is the black version. There is also a silver version, which we are saving for a future season. But there is the new 2027 Mercedes. And we do have a subtle change to McLaren as well. We've gone away from the Patreon exclusive Monster Energy mod to a free for everybody overtake.gg Monster Energy mod. So Monster's still the principal sponsor for McLaren. car now with white instead of black on the rear panels. As far as Red Bull goes, it's a slightly brighter version of the same livery that we saw last season. So last season was the dark blue version. This is the brighter blue version. Identical livery, just different shading. Racing Bulls not on the grid yet. No change to them. At least there shouldn't be. No change to Audi. There is a new look for Aston Martin though. A bit more white introduced into the design this time round. This one again is on overtake.gg. And let's speed time up so we can get some of the other cars out there as well. I also haven't had the chance to check to see what helmets everyone's running yet. It's going to be a bit tricky to do that as well with some of the teams running reserves. We'll have to do another check on that in the next session. Actually, no, there won't be another session. It will be qualifying in the sprint. So let me have a look. Yes, we are still running the same livery as last season for Racing Bulls. Good, good, good. So let's have a look. We've 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11 teams. Yes, there we go. That's all the teams. So a quick refresher. A slightly brighter version of the livery for Red Bull. You can see it's a bit bluer. Bit of a brighter blue than it was last season. A completely new look Williams, as modelled here by Théo Pourchaire.
How does the car feel?
A very new look for the Toyota Haas partnership. Still running Ferrari engines, but Toyota taking more of an interest in the team this season, and will potentially be adding a Toyota engine in a couple of seasons as well. And then Ferrari, darker version of their livery from last season. Put it into context, it kind of matched last season. The car colour matched pretty much the helmet colour from Charles Leclerc's helmet. You can see it's much darker than the helmet this season. That's more akin to a sort of a late 80s, early 90s Ferrari colour. There is the new Aston with a lot more white on the car this year. The completely new look Mercedes. No change to Racing Bulls. No change to Alpine. No change to Audi. And no change to us. Apart from our driver. Alright, we have some feedback. Let's have a look at that feedback. And 86%. That's not too bad. Waiting to see what Lewis thinks. 79%. Ooh,
Try to work on your
that's not good.
Update when you can.
Sounds okay.
Understood.
Alright, let's do a little bit of helmet checking. Bem's in the pits. Piastri coming out of the pits shouldn't be changed. Should still be the same helmet as before. And it is. Good, good, good. Max still running his traditional helmet. Antonelli is running a generic helmet, so I need to maybe have a little tweak with that. See what I can do about that. Porsche is running a generic Williams helmet. Was is running a generic RB helmet. Sonoda is going to be running a default Aston helmet by the look of it. Yep. Magnussen. This is going to be interesting. Magnussen running his old helmet. Yes, he is. His old Haas helmet. Running number 20 on that. Is he running number 20 on the car? Yes, he is. He's got his actual number back. Gasly should be the same. Leclerc is running the right helmet. Lindblad. This should be a generic helmet. And it is. Albon is in the pits. Bortoletto in the pits. Victor Martin should be running a generic Mercedes helmet. And he is. Nagel, Schumacher, we know he's running his. I don't know who CAM is. Also running the same generic helmet. Don't know who San is. That's a generic Ferrari helmet. And then Hamilton's running his helmet. Bottas is running his helmet. As in the custom ones that we've imported for him. Who is San? Pablo Sanhueza. No idea who that is. Rafael Camara, of course. That's who is running in the Mercedes.
And try to keep the temperature on the tires.
All right, let's continue to push them for the rest of the session. Ferrari helmet had Hamilton's 7 championship stars on it. I think the generic helmet is based off the same design that Hamilton had to a degree. I'm not entirely sure, but it is a generic one.
We need to work
I
on
think.
the tires, keep the temperature on the tires.
Let's have a look. Oh no, that is Hamilton's helmet. It's just in Ferrari colours. So that's just going to be a weird error, maybe because Sanjuez is in the car. When Sainz gets in the car, we should see Sainz in his Ferrari helmet rather than his Williams helmet in the sprint quali. Like I say, this is where it gets a bit weird because we're going to have guys in the car that aren't supposed to be in the car, kind of thing. But given that we'll only ever see them in FP1s, I'm not overly concerned by the reserve helmets. It's the main driver helmets that I'm more concerned about.
And checkered flag.
All right, so that's it. That's pre-season practice done. One session and we're straight into racing. Sprint quali is next.
Welcome everyone, qualifying for the sprint awaits us, and we're raring to get going.
All right then, let's make some changes to the setups. How much am I down by? Oh, quite a bit. I'm not sure whether I want to go a bit more extreme with this setup. I do think I want to go with a 4 on the front wing though. I'm going to try increasing this up. Let's bring this up to something maybe a bit like that perhaps. I don't know if that's going to be enough overall change, but it's a good starting point, I think. Where are we off with Valtteri? So the rear wing is spot on. Cornering is too much, as is braking. If we take that down, let's drop that down to this side. Don't really want to go any higher on the front wing. Don't really want to go any lower on the front wing either. Let's go back this side. Let's go back to something like that. Let's see how that does. in his sprint rules, so medium tyres only in the sprint for the first session. This is the chance to see how our car actually behaves in the racing conditions. Let's see just how slow we are with 0 upgrades on our car for the first Grand Prix.
So now we have green light.
And looks like Hamilton's going to slot out right behind Magnussen. Don't know if that's going to be more of a hindrance than a help. Even if I am feeling better. I'm not 100%, but I am feeling better. I probably sound a bit weird. Now that Farah's here, we can go into Russell Vision. Not Russell Vision. We don't have Russell. We can get to the ham cam. Russell's not on track yet. We are going to be looking at driver helmets. Let's see if some of those have translated over properly to their new looks. So Yuki Tsunoda is still driving a generic Aston helmet, but it's now a different generic Aston helmet to last season because it's a different base mod. Bortoletto should still have his. Ocon has got a generic Aston helmet, but it's a different colour scheme to Tsunoda's. That's good. Lindblad is riding a generic Audi helmet. Bortoletto's running his. Iwasa is running a generic.
Issues.
Magnussen, we know he's got his helmet. Behrman's got his. Albon has his. Lawson's running generic. Schumacher's running his Dragon helmet. Gasly's his. Norris is running a generic helmet. That's something we might have to look into. Ross is still running his. Hadjar is generic. Max is Max. Antonelli is generic. Piastri is Piastri. Sainz running his classic Sainz Ferrari helmet. Leclerc's still running his. And then we know about the new helmets this year for our drivers, Valtteri and Hamilton. Yeah, I'm wondering if maybe I picked something up when I was in hospital. That's the only thing I can think of. Or on my way to and from. Yeah, maybe just came into contact with someone who was sick. So Gasly sets the opening time of 1:31.8. Bottas down by a little over 6.5 tenths. Hamilton goes 2 tenths quicker than Valtteri.
So at the moment you are P3.
Yep.
So watch out for the next car.
So, George should have number 1 on his car. And he does. It's very hard to tell on the side, but you can just about make it out on the nose. It's a very small number 1, but it is there. There we go, easier from that angle. And George goes P3. Behrman looking very quick in the opening run there. Antonelli's trying to give Sainz a colonoscopy here. And the pair of them getting each other's way. I do want to quickly double check because we're running a file where we've made some changes. Has it? No, it hasn't turned it on. Good. So let's double check. So not a good first run for either of the two of them. They were definitely tripping over each other into turn 1 at the start of the lap. So they both had a very bad first sector, as you can see. Good first sector for Charles. It's about on par with what we were doing in the first sector, 27.9. Oh, a lot of traffic here at the end of the lap. He is down about 0.3 on Stroll at the moment. So not a great lap for Charles here. And he goes 13th. And the whole field after that first run separated by less than 2 seconds. So the field's quite tight after that first run. We used up 5% of the tyre on that first run. That's not bad. Oh, some residual fireworks going off. I wonder if we can actually get out of this session. I don't think we can. Got to find 0.3 just to get close to Bortoletto. It's quite a big gap. We need at least 0.4 to have any chance of getting out of the session with Hamilton. That's a lot. It is very, very tight, and I'm expecting Sainz and Antonelli to definitely improve. Yeah, it's going to be a tricky session to get out of. Track's definitely going to ramp up a little bit in the last couple of minutes. So, who's out there at the moment? It's Oscar. Verstappen, Behrman, and Norris as well. Hadjar coming out too. Now Sainz is coming out. At least he's not going to have Antonelli up his chuff, or is he? Antonelli is leaving the pit lane as well. If they get held up into one of the turns, who knows? There could be all sorts of shenanigans. Right, so we are out behind Yuki Tsunoda. Who did Valtteri come out just behind? Well, the Alpines, I think. Yeah, which one? Because they're both out. Not Gasly, so Schumacher then. Yeah, Schumacher.
Hamilton coming past very shortly.
Not a great... terrible for the Haas driver, Ollie Behrman there, getting badly held up. But we've got a really interesting slipstream situation building now. Yeah, traffic's coming through and it's condensing everybody up. We're actually potentially way too close now.
Track should be clear. Good to go. Good to
Got a
go.
Ferrari right behind us as well.
And track is clear, track clear.
It will be mode push for last corner.
All right, someone's going side by side with Valtteri. Oh, no, Valtteri was going side by side with the Alpine. Is he going to make the dive bomb? No, he's not. That's going to compromise him into turn one. Might compromise him for the rest of the lap. Who knows? That's the Mercedes of Norris getting out of the way. So Norris is P8. Finished. Sainz and Antonelli on the back straight. Sainz around the last two turns now. Driving towards the line. Carlos Sainz is going to cross the line and improves to 12th. Antonelli goes to 12th as well. So that's dropped Albon into the drop zone. Hamilton is improving. Bottas had a terrible first sector. Hamilton's up on Sainz's first sector so far. Can I get him through? Not on the strength of that middle sector, but who knows what could happen in the final sector. Ah, shit. Okay, that's it. We're out. What a farce. Let's just get back to the pits. Both of our drivers badly blocked there. And that's the wrong button. That's what I meant to do. I don't think I'm going to be able to call Valtteri in. No, I didn't think so. Alright, well... yeah, that was a bit of an absolute nightmare there.
Cool your tyres.
We might have had a chance. It was a very slim chance. But we might have had a chance with Lewis. More than likely, we would have had a chance to improve up to 17th, 18th. We wouldn't have been able to get out the session, but... what a bizarre end to the lap for both of our drivers there. Just like 3 or 4 cars just coming completely unglued. It's still going on, look. It is still going on. Oh my word. What a disaster for all involved. So, the more things change, the more things stay the same. We are out in Q1. Let's see who sticks it on pole. It's Gasly. Whoa. Wow, look at that. Gasly on pole position ahead of George Russell and Lando Norris with Max in 4th. And it's Piastri from Behrman. Antonelli, Sainz, Ocon and Leclerc rounding out the top 10. Then Lance Stroll in P11 ahead of Lawson, Tsunoda, Lindblad, Hadjar, Magnussen. Then it's Williams, it's Albon, Schumacher, Bortoletto, Hamilton, Iwasa and Bottas. Let's see how we do in the sprint.
Well, the excitement levels continue to rise here as the teams prepare for the sprint.
The prospect of bagging a few extra points is certainly going to spur these teams on to fight competitively and finish in the top spots.
Right, setups are not good. We're at the back of the grid, so we're going to break them and use this as a test session to get them ready for the main qualifying. There we go. So that should fix that for Valtteri, or at least get very close. As for Lewis, oh wow, way off. Could that possibly be a 5-5? I think it kind of has to be. Let's give that a try. All right. We are prepped and ready. We've made some last minute changes and broken parc fermé, so we'll start from the pit lane. Let's see how we do in the opening sprint of the Grand Prix 2027 season.
We're all set for today's sprint here in Bahrain. And it's lights out and away we go.
Gasly's got off the line well in this held position. Russell has kept ahead of Norris. We are now leaving the pit lane. And straight onto the back of the queue. No chasing needed at all there. Let's see. I think we've made some positive steps with the setup, but I'm not 100% certain. We won't know until we get back to the garage after the sprint now as to how good a change we've made.
19 laps to go.
Of course, no rewards on offer for the sprint in terms of prize money or sponsor obligations, anything like that. That all is purely for the Grand Prix itself, and we're never going to be in contention for the top 8, so we didn't have that to worry about.
Charge on.
This is a good chance for us to see how durable these tyres will be as well.
DRS is enabled.
And some rapid fire fireworks going off. Of course, last night was bonfire night, but there's going to be fireworks going off every night for the rest of the week. So, first test of how much more durable the tyres are for the AI this season will be this sprint. Everybody's on soft tyres. How long can they go before they have to change, if they change at all? According to our tyres, we can go the whole stint. Whether we will or not is, I suppose, yet to be determined. But
as much as possible.
as Russell moves into the lead,
Just cool down the tyres as much as you can.
we watch from Lando Norris's car. Antonelli has got ahead of Behrman. Behrman down to 7th place now. It's like Ocon has, as you know, Sainz has just had a bad start. He's down 2 places. He started 8th. He's now down behind Ocon and his teammate. Hamilton's getting close to the back of Iwasa. Wait till the end of the lap before we turn the battery on. And Russell has bolted, look. This is going to leave Gasly vulnerable to Norris.
DRS.
Yep.
Mode push, please. Copy.
And Gasly able to defend.
Charge on. Copy.
Everyone's still a little bit too close. Can't cancel out the DRS and the slipstream at the same time. I've got the window open to let some fresh air in. I've had the windows sealed tight for the last last few days, just try and keep some warmth in the room, but it's got a bit stuffy in here as a result. So I opened the windows earlier today, just before I went live, just to try and let some fresh air ventilate through. Completely forgetting that fireworks would be going off. All right, first chance of an overtake here for Hamilton. It should get that move done.
Use the energy.
Understood.
No, because we didn't have the tyres in a standard push.
Continue, keep going.
All right, well, they have cooled down, so let's
No lift off needed.
let's put some more pressure on Iwasa, who was putting pressure on Mick. Keep Valtteri as he is for now. So 15 laps to go, about to be 14 laps to go. Russell leads Norris by 2.5 seconds. Gasly's third. We've got a yellow flag. Someone running wide. Oh, lockup for K-Mag, turn 13.
And if we watch Magnussen, well, things are okay at this stage. The brakes couldn't cope, and hopefully there's not too much damage to the tyres.
So we are up a place. Are you ready for the whoop? There you go. And Magnussen's into the pits. So the soft tyres are still going to be fragile, and that lockup will have done some big damage.
Behind we have Bottas.
And we need to increase lift and coast.
Evening, Clark. Oh, Max is locked up. Oh, we missed it. Damn it. That's cost him a little bit of ground, but he's actually got away with it. Another yellow flag, and that is Lindblad. Tumbling. Oh, he's spun round completely.
Yellow flag where you are. Copy that.
Right, let's have a look here as we go into turn 8. And round they spin. And there's not much they can do about that now.
I'm just going to get Hamilton to whoop at him at every opportunity.
Charge button on.
All right, so Schumacher has been overtaken by Iwasa. Again, there's just no way through at the moment. And after his lockup, Max is in. Pretty quick stop. Lindblad's in from his spin as well.
You are doing a good job.
Oh, Hamilton's got past Schumacher.
So let's take a look at the replay. Now, we're with Lewis Hamilton here.
Riding the ham cam.
The opportunity begging to be taken. And up off they go to 17th.
All right, let's give Valtteri a little bit of a push now.
So let's have mode push now, please. Copy.
I do know you cringe every time I reference the ham cam. Oscar's in. And so is Yuki. That's a quick stop. That's a very quick stop. Valtteri gets past Mick. Or does he? Oh, Mick just slams the door shut.
Energies are good. And more energy available.
Okay, so Lewis is closing in on his next potential overtake. As Ollie Behrman's into the pits now.
You're doing a good job on tires.
See if Red Bull can get a really quick stop for Hadjar as well. Yes, they can.
You're doing a great job.
Now we can see what happened. Now this was at turn 3. It's there for the taking.
So Valtteri dives up the inside.
And up into 14th they go.
And Iwasa is vulnerable. He's out of range of Alex Albon here. This is definitely a chance for Lewis to get up to P12. Maybe points are going to be on. As we are now at the halfway point, lap 9.5 out of 19.
And behind with DRS.
And we're only a couple of seconds away from points. As Hamilton moves through.
Good job. In front we have Albon.
See if we get another whoop. There we go. That's 2. Although we are out of battery now.
And charge button on. Charge button on.
And just out of DRS range.
And just a reminder on DRS.
Oh, I thought Valtteri might have a look around the outside. He almost tried to put the move on.
And charge button on.
Okay.
Charles Leclerc moves past Esteban Ocon. Sainz almost got through as well. Oh, mistake there from Iwasa. Pulled out of the slipstream. Is that going to give an opportunity to Valtteri? Not there, but it does mean that Iwasa is now going to be out of DRS range and Valtteri will have an opportunity into turn 4.
Okay, let's get on it. Still everything to play for.
Hamilton looking like he might try and go around the outside. Nope, just no space to go through. As Albon and Bortoletto are scrapping away.
All right, let's concentrate.
So deployed.
I don't know which one of those drivers is going to get DRS in front of me.
Charge on.
It's the Williams driver. That's Albon. Yeah, no way through. Back into harvest.
Do your best.
Charge on.
Yep.
Are we going to see any more stops, I wonder? Lance Stroll is in the points on his return, annoyingly.
That's good.
As Hamilton moves up another place.
Let's go in front of his Albon.
Can we get the hat trick?
Race is long.
But this is what happened.
Ah,
Now we're watching the action closely.
no whoop
here.
this time.
They decide to give it a go. And Lewis says, thank you very much.
And Farah says, damn you, Lewis.
Mode push. Copy.
All right, let's immediately go on the attack against Albon here.
And you can use all the boost bar.
Oh, just a little bit braver around the outside there as Albon. All right, we'll wait for the next opportunity.
Continue like this. Continue, keep going. Charge button on.
This focus is a long race.
So we got the move done. We've given up the DRS though.
Good job there. At the moment we are P10.
Just about get the squeeze on.
Let's see what happened there. Now this was at turn 1. The opportunity's there.
That was the DRS line there.
And that's 10th place and up into the points.
But there was where we just got enough of a squeeze to lock the position down. And let's turn the tyre up a bit now.
So increase pushing status.
And let's see if we can really push the pace.
Okay.
Let's even use some of that fuel.
No lead.
Stroll's been caught and
You
passed.
are doing a good job.
Bottas gets past
Right then,
Iwasa.
we can take a look now. Now this was Valtteri Bottas. There's the opening.
Evening K-pop.
And that puts them in 13th place now.
Gap to him 2.0.
No more lift and coast.
Copy.
So we have gapped Albon.
Mode push now.
Copy.
Have I read about Aston restructuring their technical team? No, I haven't.
We need to reduce K1 usage.
Copy.
Been a little bit out of it these last few days with illness.
Gap to him 1.4. And increase lift and coast.
Charge on.
Copy.
And try to cool down the tires as much as possible.
Understood.
And charge button on.
So we are on for a point here.
And we need to increase lift and coast by 30%.
Copy.
Does mean we are going to put ourselves very much in the firing line, given that we've got to get past Lance Stroll. I did see a headline, of, going back to Aston, I did see a headline from Stroll Senior saying that he wasn't going to stop until Aston were world champions. And I saw another headline saying that they were considering driver options going forward. But I never got a chance to actually read the article to see what they were considering driver-wise. I think they were toying with the idea of trying to sign Piastri, from what I could gather. Evening, Daniel. Four laps to go. Russell leads from Norris. Gasly is third. Antonelli in fourth. 5th is Charles Leclerc with Sainz in 6th. Ocon 7th. Lawson 8th in the last points position so far. Stroll and Hamilton both
And
right
4 laps
behind.
to go. Yeah,
As Leclerc gets past
behind
Antonelli.
you have Albon.
Valtteri currently in P13. Those who stopped early has not worked for them at all. They're fighting amongst themselves. They haven't been able to get past any of the other cars yet who haven't stopped.
Mode push.
Copy.
And charge button on, charge button on.
Oh dear, Farah, you're going to run out of people to talk to at this rate. You're not talking to me because I signed Hamilton.
Nice work. Currently P12. Car ahead is Albon.
All right, Valtteri's through again.
Now we're watching the action closely here. Can they squeeze by?
Yes, we can.
Up to 12th and sniffing at those points places.
As here comes Hamilton up the inside of Stroll. Gets the move done. We'll have DRS to go after Lawson.
Three laps to go. Charge on. Energies are good. You can push.
And there we go. That is a point.
Charge button
As we
on.
get past Lawson, that's got to be whoop worthy.
And good job.
So you have P8, P8.
Can I get a whoop whoop? All right, let's push. Can we go after Ocon?
DRS.
The tyre guys believe that we can increase pace in turn 12 a little bit.
Valtteri having a look at Albon in the
You need
background
to
for
keep
P11.
P1 usage down a bit, otherwise you'll just run out of battery and then you'll just be taken by everybody.
Copy.
And 2 laps to go.
Charge on. Really good. Viewer currently P11.
Move is done. Good work, Valtteri. And we're going to ride the ham cam because we are ripping into that gap to Ocon. It's less than a second already,
Ocon
right in time for the next DRS zone.
Right, let's concentrate.
And we need some lift and coast for tire temps.
Go back to doing lift and coast now.
there we go. That's P7.
And you are doing a good job.
What a
So at the
debut.
moment you are P7. Next.
Lovely move up the inside there at turn 11. Final lap for George. Nearly 3 seconds ahead of teammate Norris. It's a good start to the season for Mercedes. Very good start to the season.
Tire phase update when you can.
But what a debut it's been for Lewis. Up to P7. I don't think we're going to be able to get onto the back of Antonelli and Sainz. And we've seen a few pit stops early on, but the top 15 have all stayed out. Those that did stop early, three of them had to stop. Well, didn't have to stop, but probably did need to stop at some point in the race because they had a big lockup or a spin. Lindblad did that big spin. Magnussen had a lockup. Max had a lockup. But everyone who stopped has not been able to get past anyone who didn't stop. Which I think is kind of telling. You can see there, we managed to get the gap right down. But it just wasn't enough. Lawson is going to have a look at Ocon.
George Russell did so well today. He really deserved that sprint win.
And it was a 1-2 for Mercedes in the opening round of the championship.
They can go into the race
sprint.
full of confidence now.
Ocon is just about going to hang on for his Aston debut and get a point. Just fending off Liam Lawson making his Williams debut. Stroll almost got a point on his return to the grid, but just started to fall away in the closing laps. Valtteri got his car up to P11 from P22. Hamilton up to 7th from P21. Both of our drivers starting from the pit lane. How close did we get to nailing the setups then?
And after today's sprint, it's a finish in the points for Lewis Hamilton.
Wearing
Plenty
Valtteri's
for them
helmet.
to think about and strategize, and certainly a good enough result for now.
Confirmation then of the sprint result. George takes the opening sprint of the season ahead of teammate Lando. Gasly takes third. Leclerc in fourth ahead of Antonelli. Then Sainz. Hamilton in 7th place. 2 points for the team on our very first run this year. Ocon that gets the final point for Aston ahead of Lawson and Stroll. Valtteri in P11 and Albon, Bortoletto, Schumacher on his return to the grid finishes in 14th, up 4 places. Iwasa on his debut, up 5 places, ahead of Oscar, Verstappen, Behrman, Sonoda, Hadjar, Magnussen and Lindblad.
Our weekend continues with qualifying. as the drivers fight it out for a strong grid position.
The session will be divided into Q1, Q2 and Q3. With the slowest 5 drivers eliminated from each period, their best times will determine the grid for the upcoming race.
Now, Karun, you and I were actually just talking about that man there, Max Verstappen. How do you think he'll be feeling today?
They had an excellent performance in practice, setting a solid lap time. They must be feeling confident. But confidence doesn't necessarily mean success in Formula One.
Here we go, folks. It's time to get started.
Very happy Hadjar in his cap. But before that, we saw a very weird visual glitch there with Verstappen's mouth looking like it was being glued shut. I wonder if that's GP. He's done that. Right, let's see. We nailed Hamilton's setup. We got it to 100%. We got 94% out of Valtteri. That's where we went wrong. So we probably went down too much here. Or maybe not enough. Do I want to take it back up this way? Or do I want to push it down even further? Whichever way I go, I'm going to have to move the camber, which is then potentially going to break my front wing and my traction. I don't know what to do. I don't know which way to go. I think I'm going to gamble this way. Just hope that I don't break these values. What does it look like if I go the opposite way? And if I go the opposite way, I could maybe... Yeah, no, I'm not convinced by that. Let's go with that. Or, instead of correcting with that, how about correcting... no, that is definitely going to break the front wing, isn't it? Alright, yeah, let's try that. Keep our fingers crossed. Alright, straight into Q1.
Green light.
Alright, so Max, the first non-Cadillac driver onto the grids. Or onto the track, as I should say, not the grid.
So you're in a good position. Gap is currently good. Good to go.
All right. This will be a traffic-free lap for Valtteri.
Track is clear.
Not so for Lewis. But hopefully
Then
we'll
Charles
clear the
button
Haas without
Charles
too
button
much issue.
off for last corner.
So Hamilton fractionally quicker in that first sector. And both of our drivers about 10th down on Max. .7 for Valtteri in the middle. A couple of corners for Lewis here to get there. Again, just fractionally quicker.
Mode in, please.
And
Mode
23.0 for Valtteri. 131.3 across the line. Again, Max is 10th quicker than us. Hamilton's slightly slower in the middle sector, in the final sector, sorry, but those up sectors means that he finishes 0.06 of a second ahead. What about Max? Max is only 0.4 quicker than us. That's a good start. Last year we really struggled in qualifying. Or at least we did after the first half a dozen or so races. I think we are very quickly going to get out-developed again this season. Especially given our financial issues this year. Behrman's gone quickest in the first sector. And the middle as well. So that Haas is definitely looking pretty potent.
Pit lane, stopping on the marks.
I wonder if this is just a circuit-specific kind of pace that we're seeing, or this is something that's a bit more reflective of where they actually are this year. As he goes top by 3.5 tenths. Russell has just put in a mighty first sector, though.
Stop in front of the garage.
Albon looking pretty handy in the middle sector. 10th down on Russell in that first sector. He crosses the line just 0.03 of a second behind Ollie Behrman's time. George has got a little bit of potential traffic in front. It's Hadjar who is actually on a lap. So he might get a benefit of a slipstream across the line here from Isaac. Sainz not quite close enough to get a slipstream from George. There's Sainz. And Russell goes top by 2.5 tenths. Sainz pops up into P5. Hadjar, where did he lose all of his time? Middle sector. Not a great first sector either. And actually not that great in the final sector either. Just a bad all-round lap, but he certainly got held up somewhere in the middle. Here comes Norris now. Trying to close out his lap. And he goes P2. Leclerc is a second off the pace. He's slower than us. There's a lot of cars on track right now. Antonelli starting his flying lap. Not a bad first sector, 27.4. It's down on what we've seen as the best so far, but not by a massive amount. Mick goes slightly quicker in the Alpine in the first sector. Not a good lap for Lindblad. Lost a second to Antonelli just in the middle sector alone. Looks like he might have hit some traffic maybe. Antonelli is good enough for P7. Piastri looking to close his lap out. Mick went up to P5. What a good lap for Mick. And P3 for Oscar.
Track is clear, track clear. Charge button off for last corner. Charge button
All right,
off.
second flying lap run for our drivers now.
We're looking good. So
And
we're
should
push
be a
and
relatively
push.
traffic-free run, I think. Car in front of us here is Hamilton. Car in front of Hamilton is Gasly. They're also on flying laps. And there's a big old gap to Verstappen, who's also on a flying lap. And then the car in front of him is Oscar, who's on his way back to the pits, and will get to the pits before we get anywhere close to him. Both drivers finding some time in the first sector. Max is on a flyer right now. As he goes past Piastri. 2 turns to go. Turn 14, turn 15. Driving for the line. It's a purple lap. It's a 130.0. Hamilton's up in the middle. So is Valtteri. Getting pretty close between our two. Got a yellow flag out there somewhere. That was turn 8, I think. Yep, Hadjar locking up a turn 8. It's him on a lap as well, so that lap's ruined. Hamilton goes P12. Valtteri goes to P14. Drivers finding about 2-3 tenths each. And with some fresh tyres, there's a possibility that we could get out of the session. Which would be nice. Let's not forget, we are not running any upgrades on this car because we can't afford to build them. We have a brand new chassis and a brand new rear wing design, both completed. And no money to build the parts because we're losing almost $1 million a month at the moment. We certainly need to trim some fat from the wages somewhere. Probably have to wait 6 months, but I will see if I can renegotiate terms with Lewis. Maybe get his wage down a little bit. Although if I have to pay a big signing bonus to get him to do that, is it worth it? Let's slap on a brand new set of soft tyres. Get ready to go out. As George makes his way onto the track, we'll send Valtteri out. Oops, no, wrong button. Send Valtteri out behind him. Not going to be close enough to do anything about it. That is Hadjar heading back out. And now we'll send out Lewis. Can we actually get both of our cars through? I would say probably not both, but we've definitely got a chance to get one of them through. And you would have to say on paper that Lewis would be the more likely of the two.
So you're in a good position.
That's Max sneaking his way in front of Valtteri. That actually works out nicely for Valtteri to be behind Max rather than right in front of him. Will he stay there though as other cars come through? So Tsunoda's had a pretty bad first sector, 28.0. That was him going through now. He's not likely to improve, so I think Tsunoda is out. Antonelli's on a lap right now. 2 turns to go to turn 14 and turn 15. Driving for the line. Is he going to be quick enough? Oh, it goes P2. Yeah. So Iwasa is now in the drop zone. Sainz in the danger zone. And And Sainz goes purple in the first sector.
Good to go, good to go, good to go.
Tsunoda improves up to P16 and knocks out Carlos Sainz. But Sainz is on a lap.
Off for last corner.
Valtteri's going to compromise his first sector here, battling with Max. Or at least his first couple of turns anyway. Is Hamilton going to get held up with traffic? Ah! That might have just put pay to our chances of getting through. But I don't know. Sainz is flying right now. So Sainz is going to get through. Neither drivers improved. Valtteri's had a terrible first sector. Will the slipstream make up for it through the rest of the lap? I doubt it will be enough. Hamilton is being simultaneously helped and hindered at the same time here. Will it be enough? Can we hang on? It's not an improvement anywhere, really, at the moment. Once again, fresh tyres doing absolutely nothing for us. But I don't think there's anybody left on a flying lap now that can knock us out. I think we're through. We are through. Tsunoda's on an in-lap. Iwasa's on an in-lap. Leclerc is out in the garage. Magnussen is out. Hadjar is out. What a disaster for Charles Leclerc. Valtteri only just missing out, and had he had a decent first sector, well, probably still would have been eliminated by Hamilton, but it would have been a fair bit closer. Oh, if Hamilton had a cleaner run, hadn't had the Alpine in the way, maybe could have got ahead of Bortoletto. But we've actually got a car out out of the session into Q2. Which is very nice indeed. All right, looking at the car setup, we can see that those changes we made to Valtteri did pay off. We did get that car to 100%. Very nice. Won't do any good for the rest of this qualifying, but that will help him in the race itself. He'll start in 17th. Let's see, can we get Hamilton any higher than 16th? We'll do our first run on these mediums, I think. Might as well use them.
So now we have green light.
This first lap won't be good enough to get through. The track is definitely going to ramp up. Pretty flat evolution line at the moment, but as more and more cars hit the track, that evolution will start to increase as we get towards the end of the session.
Track is clear. Track is clear. Charge button off for last corner.
Alright, onto the ham cam. We've got a potential bottleneck occurring with Behrman in turn 1 here. There he is. Don't get in the way, please, Ollie. God damn it. Yeah, that's a huge loss of time already. That's a good half a second lost, minimum. That's a second lost. 28.8. That's what we should have been doing, like a 27.4. So we lost almost a second and a half. And they got caught in a bear trap. So 132.68, not great, but we did lose a lot in the first sector, well, the first turn, and we're on mediums, so I'm not overly concerned about that. The next run needs to be clean, though. Norris sets the pace and is into the 129s. Gasly crosses the line to go P4. Here comes Lance Stroll. Who goes P3. And then we see Alex Albon starting to push as he begins his flying lap. And in front of him is George Russell. They're both going to come up onto the back of Max Verstappen. And I think George just got held up very badly. Save the 92% tyres for our final run. Like to carry 3 new sets of softs into the race if possible. Don't think we're due to get a set back. No, we're not. Because it's been a sprint weekend, all the tyres are unlocked that we'll have available now for the rest of the race weekend. This should give me just about enough time to change tyres and go back out again at the end of the session. So, George. Oh, wow. Yeah, he did get held up. Look, 29.5. That's worse than Lewis. Lewis did a 28.4. No, a 28.8, sorry. Albon even lost a bit of time as well. But nothing quite as bad as George. He still goes quicker than we did. Because he's so quick everywhere else. But look at that. He lost over 2 seconds to Oscar in the middle sector, in the first sector alone. So George would be right up there with Norris and Sainz and Oscar if it hadn't been for that. Right, what can we do on a set of scrubbed softs?
And track is clear, track clear.
Back to the ham cam.
There will be mode push for last corner, mode push.
And this time, we'll have a clean run into turn 1. There we go, 1.4 seconds quicker in the first sector. It's amazing what happens when you don't get caught in a bear trap. God damn it.
Let's have a look at that.
Well, I'm glad I didn't put the best tyres I had available.
And nearly, just running wide.
All right, let's abort the lap and call him in.
Single.
Let's take a look at the replay. Here we are then at the 11th corner. Oh, and the car locks up. What caused that, I wonder?
I think it's obvious what happened. If you look at the replay, Hamilton was going so fast that the track wasn't even able to render in time, which caused a sudden grip imbalance in the braking zones. All right, Norris has gone very, very quick there. Purple in the first sector, 27.0. Antonelli's almost matched it. I'm really curious to see how Norris and Antonelli get on, having switched positions this season. Oh, 40.0 in the middle sector. This could be very quick. And it's a disastrous middle sector for Antonelli. By comparison. 129.4. Whew. That is quick. That is very quick. So in front of us is Behrman and Russell and Bortoletto. So the 3 cars in front of Hamilton at the moment are all about to start pushing. See if anyone exits the pits between now and us coming round. I hope not. Pretty good first sector for both the Alpines. It's a little crowded around Norris here at the moment. Look, Albon trying to go through. There goes one of the Alpines.
Clear. Charge button off for last corner.
Which one is it? I think it was Gasly. Yes, it was Gasly. That's a rapid first sector for Behrman. Right, here we go. Final attempt for Lewis. No traffic in the way. And a 27.0 in the first sector. That's certainly the quickest we've been at any point of the weekend in the first sector. Can we keep the pace going here in the middle sector? Antonelli is out. Bortoletto is out. It's not looking good for Albon. Hamilton's up into 10th.
At the moment we are P10.
Oh, can we actually get through? Can we hit Q3 for the first ever time? Albon's not done enough. So Albon's going out. Stroll has not been able to improve. So it comes down to Lindblad and Lawson. And we are going to ride on board with Arvid Lindblad. Because he is potentially going to get the slipstream that makes all the difference here. Lawson's first sector time's not good enough, but Lindblad's is. Oh, I'm worried now. I think Lindblad's going to knock us out. I need there to be a slow car to hold these up. Can we hit Q3? Oh, it's doable. It's going to be so tight here. It's going to be so tight. As Ocon jumps up to P5. Can we get through? Can we get through? Oh, no! No! They both get through. Damn it. We're down to P12, but just for the briefest moment, it looked like we might hit Q3. What a good qualifying. P12 in the end. Let's see who stuck it on pole. It was Max. Max puts it on pole ahead of George. Gasly up there again, as he was in the sprint in P3. Norris P4. Piastri P5. Sainz 6th, 7th for Behrman. 8th for Mick Schumacher. 9th for Lawson. 10th for Esteban Ocon. Then it was Lindblad 11th. 12th for Hamilton. Stroll in 13th. 14th for Bortoletto. 15th for Alex Albon. 16th for Kimi Antonelli. It's Valtteri 17th, 18th for Tsunoda, 19th for Iwasa, 20th for Charles Leclerc. Disastrous run for him. 21st for Magnussen and 22nd for Isaac Hadjar. Interesting qualifying. Very interesting indeed. And with a styling in P12, points are very much up for grabs today.
Here in Sakir, the floodlights are on, and it's nearly time for 57 laps around the Bahrain International Circuit.
Bahrain has seen some of the most dramatic races in F1, like Sergio Perez's incredible 2020 victory, surging ahead from being last on the opening lap.
Bahrain is known for high tyre degradation, as the asphalt here is so abrasive. The drivers are facing many low to medium speed corners, and any heavy braking will inevitably take its toll on the tyres. The teams are making their final preparations down in the pit lane, ahead of today's race.
All right, so the traditional two-stop strategy, or do we even think about maybe trying a one-stop? I am curious as to A, if it's possible, and B, how much slower it would be. Let's take a look. If we nurse the tyres, then we could stretch them for a one stop. Hard tyres would be a disaster here, I think. They are just not quick enough. I don't know what I want to do. I think I might just wing it with the tyres. Hamilton's got better tyre wear. He might actually be able to pull off that one stop. Whether or not it's the right thing to do is another matter, but he could definitely pull it off. Oh dear, this is the most I've talked in a week. I'm very tempted to try the one stop with Lewis. think I might do that. I think I might hedge the bets. Let's go with that, I think. I'm going to go grab a drink from the fridge. Keep my throat moisturised as best I can. Oh, excuse me. We'll be back in just a moment to run the opening Grand Prix of the calendar.
Final checks are being carried out by the teams, and it won't be long until we get this race underway. This race should be a good chance to see what Valtteri Bottas can manage.
They continue to build their F1 legacy as they reach their 250th race start. A tremendous milestone.
So let's see what today has in store, shall we? And this is it, the Bahrain Grand Prix.
Wow, race 250 for Valtteri.
And it's lights out.
Did not know that.
We go.
It's been a pretty good start from Valtteri. And Hamilton looking to go past Esteban Ocon here. Can he complete that move? Ocon's trying to fight back. Valtteri's up a place. Valtteri's up 2 places at the moment. Hamilton loses the place. Back to where he started in 12th.
Continue, keep going.
We need to do more lift and coast. Please increase by 10%. We need to do the full management on this set.
Yeah, copy.
So the trick here for Hamilton is going to be trying to balance pace with protecting the tyre and see if we can actually pull off that one stop. We know that the softs are going to be durable enough. Don't know how the mediums are going to behave. And I don't know how lacking in pace we're going to be if we're not pushing the tyre.
And DRS enable. So P12. Next guy in front is
Hamilton will have good defensive skills, which will help. But again, whether it'll be enough, I don't know. It's not just being able to hold the position, but it's being able to shut down the DRS attempts as well. Like this one coming. And again, yeah, manages to keep Bortoletti behind, but it's costing us position to Ocon. So we're nearly 2 seconds behind now. That's us out of battery.
Charge button on, charge button on.
Understood.
So 2 laps done. Max leads from Russell. Gasly in third with Norris right there making a move. And Norris is through. So Norris at P3. Gasly in fourth. Then it's Piastri and Sainz, Behrman, Lawson, Schumacher, Ocon. Getting past Arvid Lindblad. He drops down to 11th. Lawson, not Lawson, sorry, Hamilton in 12th. Bortoleto right behind him in 13th. Stroll 14th. Valtteri in 15th.
Charge on.
Then Iwasa, Albon, Antonelli, Tsunoda, Magnussen, Leclerc and Hadjar. Only a handful of cars on medium tyres at the start. Tsunoda and Magnussen, Behrman, Piastri and Verstappen. Everyone else starting on the softs. We are looking at a majority of the grid doing 2 stops, I would imagine. We might see a couple of 1-stop attempts along with Hamilton. We might see some 3 stops. As Bortoleto tries to squeeze through.
Yeah, there's nothing I can do. Race is long.
And he does now complete the move. And that will allow me to try and rebuild Hamilton's battery.
Charge button on, please.
And also potentially protect his tyres a little bit here. Because of the dirty air.
Tires in high speed.
Understood.
And Hamilton gets the move done and retakes the position.
Good job.
So Iwasa snuck back through. Valtteri retakes the place.
And charge button on.
Albeit temporarily. Let's give some battery to try and just reconfirm that position. As we run Iwasa out wide a little bit. He's still sticking his car up the inside. We'll get DRS off the back of Stroll, plus we'll have the slipstream. Is it going to be enough? Yes, it is. There we go. Finally retake the position again.
Good job, good job.
Bortoleto gets through again.
15. Car ahead is now Stroll.
And yeah, once again he takes that position from us. So once again we'll try and squeeze a bit more battery into the car.
Yep.
I think Valtteri just missed out on DRS, but he got a good run out of the final turn.
Okay, charge on.
So time-wise, you can see how much this has cost us, this back and forth with Bortoleto. We're now 5 seconds off the back of Lindblad. And a further second behind Ocon.
Charge
on.
I think we just lost the DRS. Yeah, we did.
And more
Stroll
energy available.
tries to throw it up the inside and completes that move. That's
And
annoying.
charge button on.
Charge on.
Apologies again for all the sniffing and coughing. Still recovering from an illness that rocked me pretty hard at the weekend. I keep trying to mute, but sometimes it's just not quick enough or I forget.
Charge on.
Just cool your tyres.
I don't know what to do with Valtteri. Whether to try and push him past and send him off on an aggressive pace setting,
What does DRS?
or stay tucked up and try and convert him to the one stop. I don't even know if the one stop is really viable. Speculation at this point.
Energies are good.
I do know I've got more pace here than Stroll. They're starting to queue up behind us, look. Starting to lose ground on the cars that we wanted to stay close to. Let's try and inject a little bit of pace on this lap.
Bottas behind with DRS.
No management required.
Yeah, copy.
Charge on.
Copy.
And we need to increase lift and coast by 30%.
Copy.
Ah, damn it. Stroll defending a bit too aggressively there. There's another go into turn 11.
Use the energy.
Again, he chops us.
And charge button on. Charge on.
Okay, we've got our first pit stop after 8 laps. Esteban Ocon is in. Now remember, in the sprint we saw some cars boxing early. A lot of cars didn't box. 15 of them didn't box, including R2. So we know the soft will easily do the 19 laps that the sprint was. We still have plenty of life left in our tyres, so we could have gone, you know, another several laps if we hadn't rapidly upped the pace at the end.
And you can use all the boost bar.
All right, this time. Come on, Lewis.
Put us DRS behind.
There we go.
Good job. And try to increase pushing status.
So let's go mode push.
Copy.
There's a chance for Valtteri to get through as well.
Can't save less.
Yeah, copy.
And he gets the move done too. Damn it, Stroll did just get DRS. And he'll have the slipstream, but if Valtteri can stay at least alongside, he'll get DRS now. He'll get the move done coming out of turn 2 and 3. And try and sprint away. And there's a chance that we can move both of our cars away from the pack now. Try and close back in on Bortoletto.
Here's the replay. Now here we are tackling turn 3. It's certainly inviting.
See them all lining up. The chance for a move
Now
behind us.
Bottas moves up the field.
And that is Stroll down a place.
What about tyres?
A little bit of training on the front left one, it's not too bad.
I think we might just have dropped Stroll. Hamilton's just about dropped Valtteri. And we did drop Stroll. So let's hope Stroll was just as stubborn in defence against his teammate and co as he was against us.
And charge button on.
And that's Lawson into the pits. And this is where it becomes tricky, because we can pull the one stop off, but it's how quick is the car going to be on very worn tyres against much, much fresher tyres of those doing 2 stops.
You are currently P12. Hamilton 0.4. Slow down now.
Copy.
Charge on.
Let's try and protect Valtteri, switch him onto the 1 stop. Keep him close enough to Lewis that Lewis can pull him along while Valtteri is harvesting and saving a bit of fuel. We're already right onto the back of Bortoletto. And that's Mick into the pits. As Max and George switching places briefly. Norris keeping a watching brief right behind the pair of them. Ferrari calling Leclerc into the pits. Decent stop. Oh, Valtteri got past.
And charge button on.
All right,
charge
let's
button on.
Yep.
roll reversal then.
Increase tire saving. Yep.
Charge on. Go mode push.
Evening, Mike.
And tire phase update when you can.
All right, very nice. Valtteri gets through.
So this is what happened. Now this was Valtteri Bottas. The opportunity begging to be taken. And they move into ninth. Let's see what happened there. So let's follow the action going into turn 12. And the car fails to respond. And they'll need to be
Ocon getting just a
mindful of
little
the
too
effect
close
that
to the
had
back
on the
of
tyres.
that battle there between Lawson and Schumacher. Had to slam the brakes on to avoid hitting them. As Albon dives into the pits.
And charge button on. Charge button on. Okay.
From tyre point of view, we don't think lift and coast is necessary.
ERS.
Understood.
And charge button on. Charge button on.
Charge on. We need to reduce K1 usage.
And there we go, Bortoletto into the pits.
And charge button on.
Let's see what he puts on. Stroll coming in as well. It's mediums. That's too early for a one stop, so he is two stopping. Same for Stroll, set of mediums, but he'll have to stop again. And he'll come out of the back of the grid behind Albon and Hadjar.
Go back to doing lift and coast now.
So Antonelli has got himself up into P11, ahead of Iwasa, and starting to show some pace now. And there's Gasly into the pits. Soft tyres for Gasly, so another stop needed for him. Absolutely. He comes out just alongside and gets ahead of Yuki Tsunoda briefly. Can he hold that place? New fastest lap for Alex Albon. We are closing in on Arvid Lindblad. Antonelli's slowly closing in on the back of us as well. Well, I say slowly. Over 1.3 seconds on that last lap. Is he just pushing because he's about to box? Or is he just generally that much quicker than us? Could be a little bit of both.
And more energy available.
So let's convert Valtteri. Oh yeah, Antonelli is flying right now. If I hadn't put the battery on, he'd have been in DRS range right now. Still might be by the end of the lap. No, by the end of the straight, sorry. Magnussen's into the pits. Oh, excuse me. Magnussen will come out in P20, just ahead of the battling Racing Bulls.
No lift off needed. You are doing a good job.
Hamilton's early pace has fallen away. His confidence is nowhere at the moment. Why is it so low? Should be so much higher than that. It's bled away. I know it's bled away quicker than Valtteri's has bled away because the relationship with Xavi is new. Valtteri's been with Mark for a season. So that communications rating between the pair of them definitely helps in that respect. And that is Williams off. Liam Lawson's made a big mistake somewhere.
Okay.
No, not Lawson. Albon.
Copy.
Right then, you can take a look now. Now Alex Albon is part of this. Oh no, that's not how to do it. And there'll be words had after this, I'm sure. The team glued to the monitors and watching their hopes crumble away.
So Albon very much adrift now. That'll be big damage to his tyres as well, so expect to see him in again sooner rather than later. All right, that is Lindblad into the pits just as we were closing in on the back of him. Hamilton's now out of battery.
Charge button on.
What's Lindblad going on to? Another set of soft tyres. So he's definitely stopping again. Yuki Tsunoda coming in behind as well. New set of softs for him too.
Suggests that you can reduce the amount of lift and coast at turn 1. Yes, copy.
And we need to increase lift and coast.
And there we go, Hamilton's back into the 1 second window.
Entire phase update when you can.
Start to drop.
So 18 laps done. It's Verstappen from Russell and Norris. Sainz P4, Piastri P5, 6th is Behrman, 17th is Valtteri, 7th, 17 seconds back from Behrman. 8th is Hamilton, 9th Antonelli. These are the only cars that have yet to stop. Gasly in 10th is the first of the people who has already stopped. Then it's Lawson from Schumacher, Ocon, Bortoletto, Lindblad, Leclerc, Hadjar, Iwasa, Magnussen, Stroll, Tsunoda and Alex Albon. We can still go away before we need to actually make our stop.
And charge button on. Charge button on.
Question now is how much further can Antonelli go? And how long will he stay ahead of Gasly to give us a little bit of rearguard action? Norris is into the pits. So, first of the leaders to box. And that's another set of softs. So he's definitely two stopping. That's a tidy stop there. He'll get an undercut. As long as he gets a good outlap. He's going to come out in front of Bottas. Gasly right onto the back of Antonelli. Sets the new fastest lap now. A 1:33.6.
And try to cool down the tires as much as possible.
Now Yuki Tsunoda sets new fastest lap, a 1:33.1. Half a second quicker. So coming up to complete lap 20. And our tyres still at 50% for Hamilton. A little less for Valtteri because we were slightly more aggressive with them at the start. Piastri is in. He switches onto a set of soft tyres. And we will come out ahead of Oscar Piastri. And I do think we've got more pace than we're showing at the moment, with Valtteri driving a little bit more defensively, trying to keep Hamilton behind. Hamilton is still rebuilding the battery.
Are good.
Yep.
Otherwise, I would push him through.
For reference, you're currently P6. Okay, next car, Norris. He's 5.5 seconds in front. Hamilton behind you.
Oh, that's a yellow flag. Mistake for Bortoletto. Spin at turn 8. And that's actually really good news for Valtteri. He's going to be stopping in a couple of laps. Because he's going to be slow rejoining. He's going to be slow for the next few laps as he gets his tyres under control. And he's potentially going to hold up now all the cars behind him. As Ollie Behrman dives into the pits from P4. And he's going to come out behind us as well, I think, here.
Charge button on. Charge button on.
Understood.
Set of soft tyres going on for Ollie Behrman, so he's stopping again.
Soon.
Antonelli is keeping Gasly at bay. He's then keeping Piastri at bay. I'm not going to tell Valtteri to pull over and let Hamilton through. If anything, it might be slightly smarter to keep Hamilton behind. And just slow people down slightly while Valtteri
Understood.
gets a couple of laps of an undercut. See, starting to get a bit of a gap building, or a train building behind. It's too early to box, Johnny. I'm already risking Valtteri not quite making it. Can't box him early.
You are doing a good job on tires.
And is Hamilton going to complete? Nope. He's not going to go for it. And this time he will.
And tires are good to push.
Valtteri just fires straight back again.
Continue, keep going.
He wants team orders.
Take care of the tires.
Gasly behind with DRS.
We need to do the full management on this set.
Yep.
Oh, Piastri picks Gasly's pocket there. He's going to try and pick Hamilton's pocket as well. This time Hamilton will go through. So we definitely cost ourselves a fair bit of time by just letting them fight each other like that. It's made it easier to keep cars behind, but I mean, when you consider when Norris came out the pits, he was 2 seconds ahead of us. He's now 18 seconds ahead of us. Yeah, we've lost a lot of time in that respect, but everyone behind us is still behind us. In fact, it wasn't Antonelli who picked Gasly's pocket, it was Piastri. Antonelli's now followed through. Max is in. Now, is Max going for the one? Oh no, Max was on mediums, wasn't he? He's going hard, so I think Max is going for the one stop. Sainz still hasn't stopped. There's not many cars left who haven't stopped yet. Sainz, Russell, our two boys, and Antonelli.
Copy that.
Valtteri's lost his place. We are going to go at least one more lap with Lewis. This is Valtteri's in lap.
Box.
In the box is that.
He's going to start getting gobbled up now, but that's okay. It's created the gap.
We need to do more lift and coast. Please increase by 10%.
Copy.
See how quickly Piastri is pushing onto the back of us. This is going to be a very frustrated Australian. And he's going to absolutely fly past Hamilton here. I'm going to be powerless to stop him. Oh, we've got a yellow flag. That's Max. Max running very wide. Big lockup, I'm guessing.
Now we can see what happened. Now here we are.
That's
at the
turn
final
13 at
corner,
the top of the hill. This is turn 14 down here.
and the car just locked.
Yeah,
and
big
they ended
lockup.
up their own passenger.
Pushing those tyres hard on their outlap, trying to get them up to temperature. That's one way of getting them up to temperature. All right, into the pits then for Valtteri.
We don't think we need any lift and coast.
Copy.
Piastri goes through on Hamilton. Oh, that's a not bad stop. 2.32 for our opening stop of the season. Oh, we've got a yellow flag. That is a collision.
Gap
It's...
ahead 4.4.
Is it a safety
32
car?
laps to go.
And we've got an incident here, and that's trouble for the
There
Red
it is.
Bull.
That's the remnants of the collision right there.
It's the Red Bull driver.
So Hadjar was clobbered up the inside
The car's coming together right there, and they'll have to pick
by
themselves up
Sonoda.
after that. It's not going the way the team had hoped today.
Valtteri at the back of the grid. And Russell's in. So Russell is going for the same strategy as we are here. Softs to medium on a one stop by the look of it. Hadjar's got a penalty. Into the pits then comes Lewis. And Antonelli, who has already stopped once, makes his second stop behind us as we're making our first. We get a good stop, we'll hold position. Nice, 2.34. Nice and smooth, nice and clean. Tsunoda is into the pits. Can Valtteri get past? Not
In
quite.
turn, we have Albon. Got to him.
Wasn't quite
0.9.
quick enough to get ahead of Antonelli.
Got to him 2.5.
A couple of seconds behind there is Antonelli. Right, so we're done for stops, barring a safety car. This is us to the end. Question now is how much further up the field can we climb with others making stops around us. Let's give Valtteri some battery again.
Mode to push, please.
And we'll do the same with Lewis in a moment. Will these tyres actually fire up into the window without being pushed? If they will, we're golden. If they won't, we're in trouble. And I suspect we're about to find out one way or the other. I have a horrible feeling they are not going to stay in the window unless we push them. All right, Sainz is in. Have I played Shadows? No. For the most part, I've never really got on with the Assassin's Creed games. I really enjoyed Black Flag. But that was more because of the naval combat than anything else.
Nice job.
And, I quite liked Odyssey, but that was more for the Greek mythology aspect than the Assassin's Creed storyline. I found bits of the storyline to be ridiculous, especially some of the DLC stuff. And they're just so big, these games now. So many little side quest missions that don't really give you that much of a game, extra in terms of gameplay experience, but cost you so much more time.
I think it's starting to make progress here.
Yeah, I think we are going to struggle with tyre
Okay, let's
temps.
get on it. Still everything to play for.
That's a worry. Valtteri's tyres will get there in here because he's in some dirty air.
Charge on.
But it's going to hurt my pace, and it's going to hurt my tyres if I can't get them fired up properly. Well, there we go. Albon's into the pits. So we've got a pit stop over Alex Albon.
Charge on.
Copy.
Still, these tyres are not in temperature window.
Charge button on.
What is the window? It's got to be like 111. Yeah, there we go. Finally up into temperature window, but without dirty air to keep that temperature up without pushing, we're going to have to keep them in a higher state like this to get the temperature up, and then let them cool a bit without letting them cool too much too quickly. For me, what I really, one of the reasons I absolutely fell in love with Black Flag was I was a big fan of Sid Meier's Pirates on my PSP, and that game was basically a 3D version of that. It was, well, I say 3D, just like a PS4 version of that game
At the moment we are good.
for the vast majority of it. I spent more time just going around looking for naval combats than I did actually playing the game for the story.
Glazing.
Race is long. And behind we have Bottas.
No management required.
Copy.
And take care of the tires.
Understood.
Mode push.
Copy.
So this is where our strategy may backfire on us. I'm already seeing Valtteri's tyres just starting to decrease in temps again. Is that we just may not have enough pace to get a big enough gap to those that are about to start their next round of stops. Build a big enough gap so that when they come out behind us, they don't come out immediately behind us and straight onto the back of us. At least, you know, in terms of trying to get into the points, which is where we were threatening to run for a good chunk of the early part of the Grand Prix.
Concentrate.
Charge on. Yep.
That said, with cars coming out on mediums now because they've used up their softs, where they're dropping into a position where their tyres aren't that much fresher than ours, and they're going to give us the dirty air we need to keep the temperature in our tyres. But it does mean we're going to have to work a lot harder to stand any chance of getting those points.
And charge button on.
Charge on.
Copy.
Right, Ocon's in. We're going to jump him.
And we need to increase lift and coast by 30%.
Stroll's coming in as well.
There's progress to be made.
So back to P12 for Lewis.
Charge button on.
Valtteri now threatening to just drop out of range.
Charge on.
Copy.
So all that battery saving, I'm now going to have to start splurging again.
Yep.
Bortoletto is running out of tyres. As Oscar's in, he will get out in front of us. Ollie Behrman's in as well. And Behrman might come out behind us here.
Do your best.
Bortoletto into the pits, so that's going to move us up again. Decent stop there from Haas. Hamilton's up to 10th place then, and he's actually right behind Oscar.
In front we have
With Gasly for company.
Gap to him 1.4.
Valtteri is desperately trying to close up, so let's see if we can help him.
And charge button on. Charge button on.
Actually, no, screw it, because I'm about to lose touch with Oscar if I'm not careful. Rather maximise my chances of getting points with one of my cars and trying to squeeze them both through and missing out with both in the process.
Charge on, please.
Copy.
You need to keep your K1 usage down a bit, otherwise you'll run out
damn
of
it.
battery and then you'll just be taken by everybody.
Copy.
And charge button on. Charge button on.
All right, Lawson into the pits.
Charge button on.
That's another car we'll be jumping. Magnussen into the pits. We'll be jumping him as well.
So next car in front is Piastri.
Oh, look at Gasly. Goes around the outside of the pair of us. We're 3 wide through turn 2 and 3. And somehow we stay exactly where we were. We actually lost the place. That was a hell of a move from Gasly. Went around the outside of both us and Piastri there. Norris boxes from the lead. He's going to go with a set of mediums to take him to the end of the race.
Charge button on. Charge button on.
So I've lost a little bit of ground with Lewis. But with both cars in the top 10 now, I want to try and use this opportunity here while I've got temperature in Hamilton's tyres and a full battery
No worries, mate.
to just try and help out Valtteri a little bit.
Copy.
Go back to doing lift and coast now.
Copy.
Keeping an eye on Mick Schumacher.
We need big lift off.
All right, Hadjar into the pits to serve his penalty for his collision with Yuki Tsunoda. I'm surprised he got the penalty, actually. I thought Yuki was going to get it. Thought it was a case of Tsunoda sticking his nose where he shouldn't have done, but maybe it was considered as Hadjar cutting across him. Either way, it's done. They're both ruined. They're both now a lap down as well.
You are doing a good job on tire speed like this.
No more lift and
So
coast.
realistically,
Copy.
7th is probably the highest we could get today. I think. Antonelli might well need to stop again, I'm not sure. I don't remember how long he's been out on these tyres.
Copy.
But Piastri is very much quicker than us, and Gasly is going to be lapping at a pretty similar pace, especially while he's stuck behind him. Schumacher's starting to hunt us down now as well. So this is where tyre temps are going to start to become an issue. You can see Hamilton's tyre temps are dropping. Valtteri's are okay at the moment, because he's in that dirty air. There is Mick.
Bottas behind with DRS.
And there we go, Hamilton's tyres out of the window. New fastest lap for Lando,
Charge on.
131.7. And I'm happy to let my two swap places, because it'll help keep the tyre temps consistent for both of them.
And we need lift and
At least
coast.
that's the plan. That's the theory.
Doing a good job with the tires.
Understood. Yep.
Stay tucked up. Behrman is going to be quick as well. Got to keep an eye out for him. He's got himself in front of Mick.
Gap to him 2.6.
So I'm trying to save some fuel because pushing the braking is another way to help get heat into the tyres. So when I get Hamilton back in front, I can help maintain his tyre temps a little bit better by braking a little bit later.
Free to fight.
That's the theory anyway. See if it works out, as Behrman is very close. This is going to be a difficult situation for us to manage to try and get both cars into the top 10 at the end here. Still got another 18 laps to go.
Car in front is Bottas.
Tyres will make it, but they won't be quick at the end. Oh my God, Behrman! He sneaks up the around the outside of one, up the inside of the other, and he's going to take both of my guys here.
Can't go past me.
God damn! Well, that didn't work out anywhere near the way I was hoping it would.
Use the energy. And charge button on, please.
Oh, God damn it! Now I've got Mick to deal with as well. Might not get either of my guys home in the top 10 at this rate if I'm not careful. Batteries, tyres dropping. Going to have to push his battery to make sure he doesn't get dropped.
Copy.
Don't think I've been able to avoid that.
Use DRS.
No, I haven't. And they are all starting to close back in again. Except this time with tyres that don't want to stay in the window, it's going to be harder to hold everyone back.
Race is long.
Safety car now would be fantastic.
Continue like this.
Charge on. Copy.
Understood.
And charge button on, charge button on.
Charge on, please. Copy.
Yeah, Behrman's already left us for dead, look. We're struggling with dirty air a little bit. It's less of a factor in some of the areas on this circuit, but it certainly is still hurting us more than it's helping us.
1.0 now. And tire phase update when you can.
All right, there we go. Hamilton's through.
Okay.
So let's see if we can keep
And
some temperature in
more
these
energy
tyres.
available.
And let's see if we can keep Valtteri close enough to get some temperature back into his tyres. Oh, look at that. Max is in again. Max went onto hard tyres. He could have gone to the end on paper with that one stop, but he's stopping. He's going mediums. And he's having a bad stop as well. He's got such a big gap over us that he's over everybody, actually. That, you know, he's going to be in the hunt for the podium. He's not that far behind Norris. Norris is going to turn 1 now. So depending on whether Russell and Sainz need to stop again, this could be Norris's race. Or it could be Russell's race. It's one of those two. Did Valtteri just lose the DRS? I think he did. Who do I think wins the next race? What, in real world Formula One? It's Brazil. Historically, it's a pretty good track for Max. Not sure how the reinvigorated Red Bull will fare against the McLarens, but the McLarens haven't looked quite so strong recently. Ferrari seem to have picked their form up a little bit again. I think it's going to be between Norris and Verstappen. I don't know if Oscar can lift his spirits up enough to get, you know, get fast again, but he's been struggling recently. And look at that, Hamilton's tyres out of the window again already.
Charge button on. And just a reminder on your eyes.
That's a really slow lap for Leclerc.
Understood.
What happened to Leclerc? Why is he so slow?
Charge on. And we need charge button on, charge button on.
I think Leclerc's going to need to stop again. I think he's pushed his tyres over the edge. No, he stays out another lap. But again, he was nearly 2 seconds slower than Lewis on that lap.
And tires are okay.
Charge on.
Yeah.
Copy.
And behind we have Bottas. let's concentrate.
Charge on. Copy.
New fastest lap for Max. Evening UK ball.
Charge on. Copy.
And we need to manage front tires.
Oh, look at them all queuing up behind. Alright, so Valtteri goes around the edge,
Copy.
around the outside. His tyres are in good window now temperature-wise. Let's try and get some extra temperature into Hamilton
And charge
while we
button on.
rebuild his battery.
Understood.
There is Charles Leclerc.
Continue, keep going.
Charge on. Copy that.
Oh man, yeah, they were all queuing up, trying to get past us. Hamilton and Bottas and Cadillac look so cursed. It's actually worked out really well for us, you know, in terms of a partnership. Hamilton's already scored points in the sprint. Whether or not we can sustain this over the rest of the season is another matter, but it's been a great start. It's also costing me an absolute fortune as well. Hamilton's on 42 million a season. Valtteri's on 12.5.
Got to him 0.9.
But Valtteri is out of contract at the end of the season. It does give me the opportunity to try and renegotiate with Valtteri, maybe extend his contract
Energies are
another
good.
season
Yep.
on a smaller wage. Some more fireworks going off again.
This focus is a long race.
See if I can actually save some tyre wear
Slow down now.
while we're in dirty air like this.
Copy.
Take care of the tires.
Yuki's in for another set of softs, I'm guessing. Yep, another set of softs.
A long way to go.
Leclerc's got no grip left. He's either going to try and go all the way to the end and risk a puncture, or he's going to stop
good.
and throw on a set of softs. He's staying out so far. And now I have to push the tyres again. There we go. Hamilton goes around the outside. And again, there's just no grip left on those tyres for Charles Leclerc. And that suits me fine.
Continue
Hopefully
like
he
this.
can now sit behind us and hold everybody else behind. Act as a rear gunner for us.
So deployed.
Oh, I thought he got DRS off the back of Hamilton. He didn't. And And Lawson's going to make the move, and does. Our tyre temps are dropping again.
Gap to him 1.7. Race is long.
The race isn't that much longer.
No lift off needed. You are doing
And there we
a good
go.
job.
Charles is in. That's a good stop. Look at the queue. That's how far back we'll drop. We'll end up getting lapped if we stop.
1.2.
Well, yeah. Unless we stop now, we will get lapped. But then we'll also be that far behind with not that many laps to go. 8 laps to go, so we'll tough it out as long as we can. You only just realised I've got Hamilton after that comment. Yeah. Costing me an absolute fortune. I'm losing money every
We need
month.
some
But
lift off.
in terms of results, you know, he scored 2 points in the sprint after starting 21st.
We need
He
to do
finished in
all
7th.
Coast, please increase by 10%.
Oh, yellow flag. That is a lock-up for Ollie Behrman.
Single yellow.
We've got a yellow flag.
Oh, no,
here.
it's not. It's a crash for Leclerc. I just look, on the mini-map, it looked really slow for Behrman. Ah, look at that. Just... hiding in the shadows there.
Watching on in the garage.
Trying to
That
hide
really
his
must
shame.
have been a hard one to take.
Ah, damn it. Come on, hold him off, hold him off, hold him off. Yes. Brutal chop on Lawson. That's cost him a lot of momentum. It's put him under immediate pressure from Ocon as well.
And you can use all the boost bar.
He's a bit poor on this game, you think, considering his overall. Who? Hamilton. His stats have been tweaked slightly. A lot of drivers have had their stats tweaked to try and make them a bit more true to life. So when we first set this file up, I went through and I tweaked a few drivers' stats. In some cases, just like 1 or 2 individual stats rather than like the whole stat list for each driver. But one thing I certainly did was improve Hamilton's smoothness rating, because he's very good at looking after his tyres in reality, much better than he is in this game. And I also massively improved his adaptability rating, because he's one of the best wet weather drivers in Formula One history. And the fact that he had like an 82, I think it was, rating was criminal. And Stroll had like a 97, which again is criminal. So I basically swapped them round. I gave Stroll somewhere around about an 80 on his adaptability and gave Hamilton the 97.
Okay, let's get on it. Still everything to play for.
Yeah, it's a really nice Williams livery there. I've got a couple of other versions that are similar. There's a triple pack, or the pack, 3 Williams packs
Charge button on.
on overtake by JD. Or Jody. And I think this is Williams 3. Williams 2 is very similar. Williams 1 is a bit more unique compared to the other two.
Next guy in front, Bottas.
I don't know if I'll use Williams 1, but Williams 2 I'll definitely be using. Don't know if it'll be next season or maybe the season after that.
Mode push. Yeah, copy.
Alright, we're 15 seconds behind Behrman now, so we are not getting any further up the field.
Lawson behind with DRS.
This is now going to be all about, can we keep hold of 9th and 10th?
6 laps to go. Copy.
Tyre fate update when you can.
Tyre's still okay.
Charge on. Copy.
Bottas DRS behind.
We are coming under pressure.
Mode push, please. Mode push. Copy.
Five laps to go. Continue, keep going. And charge button on.
Looks like Russell is going to go the distance.
And tire temperatures are good.
7 seconds ahead of his teammate. Although Max has closed in quite quickly on the back of Norris. He's stopped making progress now.
All right, let's
I'm
concentrate.
torn in two minds here whether to push Hamilton as fast as I can and try and build a little bit of a gap, guarantee at least one of my cars finishing in the points, or keeping them close like this, hoping I can keep them both in the points and risk maybe them both getting swallowed up. I think what I might well do is just keep Hamilton behind for one more lap and then push him and stick Valtteri in full-on defensive mode. Get him to try and hang on to 10th. Try and sprint Hamilton clear. Make sure that at least one of my cars finishes in 9th. If I lose 10th and a point, so be it, but if Valtteri isn't able to keep cars behind, if I can at least have a couple of seconds leeway, that could make all the difference. Three laps to go at the end of this lap. Leaders aren't that far away from us in the end. There they are. There's George Russell
We need to reduce K1
having
usage.
lapped
Copy.
Charles Leclerc. Right, I'm out of battery with Valtteri here.
Charge on. Okay. 2 laps to go at the end of this one. Copy. Charge on. Copy.
Charge button on.
There we go. So Lewis is through. Now, do I risk pushing him? Let's tell Valtteri to stay
Still the same.
behind, not to push. We can keep him in the wheel tracks and maybe keep his tyre temps up. Maybe that will help.
Copy that.
So increase pushing status.
Let's tell him to go defensive as well.
Avoid letting anyone through if possible, please. Nice smooth driving now. Oh yeah, copy. Charge on. Copy.
Stay in range, stay in range, stay in range.
You can save.
Just stayed in range.
Two laps to go.
Ocon gets past Lawson. This is going to be very squeaky bum time here for Valtteri in the closing stages.
It's Ocon behind. Ocon 0.6 behind. Remember, long way
George
to go
starts
this
his
race.
final lap. Max has caught and passed Norris. So Max has found that spurt of pace again. It's not going to be quick enough to catch Russell, though, I don't think. And Valtteri has just lost his DRS. So it's time to sprint, Lewis, and hope.
Use the energy.
Yep.
So we need to push for these laps.
What time on tomorrow? Normal time tomorrow, 8 p.m.
No management on the tyres required. And we need to increase lift and coast by 30%. Copy.
And last lap.
All right, come on, Valtteri. You can do this.
We've got Ocon behind.
Give him a squeeze. Ah, we're the one who got squeezed.
Do your best.
Great.
There's progress to be made. Lawson behind you.
Russell wins it! First over the line.
Cars in front.
So, first full
And
race
there
of
we
the
have
season
it.
goes to
Russell
George.
finishes in first place.
I don't think anyone could be disappointed with a race like that. A consummate professional through and through.
Nicely done, George. Nicely done. Watch the fuel.
Car behind it is Lawson.
We are
He's
going
0.5
to
behind.
lose out to
Just do
Ocon
your
in the
best.
end, but we've got the safety margin that we needed to Ocon.
Increase lift and coast.
So it'll be another 2 points for Lewis to go with the 2 points he got in the sprint. It's a shame we couldn't quite keep Valtteri in 10th. I just don't think he's going to be able to outbrake Ocon.
behind you. No worries, mate.
At least we will stay ahead of Lawson. So it'll be an 11th place finish for Valtteri. That's a strong result. We certainly compromised Hamilton's pace earlier on to keep Valtteri as competitive as we could.
Down a bit, otherwise you'll just run out of battery and then you'll just be taken by everybody.
I don't think it would have made a difference in the end to Hamilton's final position.
Okay, and checkered flag.
But it certainly helped Valtteri out. And there we go. A very good, if expensive, debut for Lewis.
And with the race wrapped up, the Sauber driver heads back to the garage.
And with a 13th place finish, that sadly means there's no points to be claimed.
And right now it's the British driver who proudly takes his place on the podium.
And that's win number 1 of the season. And it's sure to provide them with a real confidence boost.
And with that, the drivers finally get the chance to cool off and enjoy themselves. Well, Karun, how do you think they'll be feeling in the team garage at the end of that?
It was a strangely mixed weekend for them. We saw one driver put in a strong performance, but it was a different story for the other. Definitely positives there though.
And that is about that for this weekend's action here in Bahrain.
In the next round, we head to the shores of the Red Sea as Formula One returns to Jeddah for the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix.
So, confirmation then of the final result of the first round of the season. George takes the win, reigning champion, off to a strong start with the win in here in Bahrain. Max takes second, Lando in third, Sainz up a couple of places to get fourth on his return to Ferrari. Oscar takes fifth, Gasly in sixth place. What a good start to the season for Ollie Behrman as well, seventh place. Antonelli on his switch to McLaren, manages to gain 8 places in the race and finish in the points. Lewis Hamilton up 3 places to finish in 9th. That's a great start to the season for us, because sprint in the points in the sprint don't count towards the season objective, whereas points in the main race do. So that is very nice. Ocon takes 10th place. Valtteri up 6 places to take 11th, just missing out on points by about a second in the end. Then it's Lawson in 12th, ahead of Bortoletto, Magnussen, Schumacher, then Lindblad, Lance Stroll, Alex Albon, Ayumu Iwasa, Charles Leclerc lapped right behind George at the very end there. Then Hadjar and Tsunoda, those two having a collision, which kind of ruined both of their races. Let's take a look then at the drivers' standings. So, it's a maximum haul of points this weekend for George. 33 points, winning the sprint and the Grand Prix. 22 points, for Lando. Third place and second in the sprint for 22 points overall. Max getting second in the Grand Prix, but no points in the sprint. Then we have Sainz in 4th with 15 points, 1 point ahead of Gasly. Piastri has 10 points, Antonelli with 8, 6 points for Ollie Behrman. So that's a good haul from his opening Grand Prix. It's actually ahead of Charles Leclerc by a point. And look at this, Lewis Hamilton, 4 points from the opening Grand Prix weekend. That's a good start. That's a very good start. Ocon has 2 points in 11th place. Valtteri is 12th, first of the non-scorers, ahead of Liam Lawson, Bortoletto, Magnussen, Schumacher, Lindblad, Stroll, Albon, Iwasa, Hadjar, and Tsunoda. Let's take a look at the constructors. Mercedes, 55 points. That's a big points haul. They're already more than double Ferrari's score. Ferrari on 20 points. Red Bull have 18 points, as do McLaren. Alpine have 14 points, and it's Haas with 6, Cadillac with 4, Aston with 2, and then in 9th, 10th and 11th is Williams, Audi and Racing Bulls, all on 0. Did we get onto the leaderboard for the pit stops? No, we did not. We weren't far away, though. Our best stop was 2.328. We missed out by 0.005 of a second. So, very, very close. Red Bull get the quickest stop. Audi gets 2nd. McLaren take 3rd and 7th. Mercedes 4th and 5th. Aston takes 6th. Ferrari 8th. Red Bull also getting 9th place. I missed that with Max there. And 10th for Alpine. Mick getting some points on the board for his team. So Red Bull top with 27 points over Mercedes on 22. McLaren on 21. Then Audi with 18. Aston with 8. 4 for Ferrari. 1 for Alpine. Then it's Cadillac, Williams, Haas and Racing Bulls all on 0 points. Both drivers achieved their targets of 18th or higher. Again, not great in terms of the actual payouts. So less than 1.8 mil is added to the bank. I don't think that's even going to clear our debt. Let's head back to HQ and find out. Oh, it does just, but not enough for us to be able to actually afford to build a wing. Yeah, not good. So, what did the board think? I know they're going to be miserable that we're in debt. We can try and fix that in a minute. They were delighted with the results. Yeah, they're pissed at me about the finances. Not surprising. Yeah, we are going to really struggle financially this season with Lewis's contract. But we may be able to save a little bit of cash here. Let's go to Valtteri. Let's go to contract. He's out of contract at the end of the season. Let's see if we can renew him on a lesser salary. Let's see if I can drop him down to not 5. What can I drop him down to? Can I get away with 8 mil? I don't think he's going to go for that. I really don't. Well, let's give it a go. See if we can chop about 4 mil off his contract, but with the extension of an extra year. The only other alternative, if finances become a real issue, is that we just pay him off for the rest of the season and stick a rookie in. Because that'd be cheaper. The board were very, very happy with the results, so that's good. We go to Bahrain, to Jeddah in 3 weeks' time. All of our car parts have passed. Engine has taken a little bit more wear on Hamilton's car, as has the gearbox. Wonder why that is. It's probably because we were pushing his engine because we overfueled him to run him hotter at the start. To keep the temperature in the tyres, whereas we underfueled Valtteri. So you can see the difference between overfueling by 2 laps and underfueling by 2 laps. is about a percentage point across engine and gearbox there on a race distance. That's interesting. That's very interesting. What day of the week are we on? We're on a Monday, so might be able to start building one new rear wing by the time we get there. When do we get our first money from the sponsors? Not till there. Yeah, finances are a major issue. What can we do to try and trim that down? Well, it's not much, but I can get rid of my scouts. My scouts are currently $7,000, so that'll save me $7,000 a month. It's not much, but it helps. How much is Neil holding on? So 1.4 mil. Don't know if I can get him to sign a cheaper contract than that. Let's offer him. Oh no, it's not gonna. It's not gonna work, is it? I'm not gonna be able to save money there. What about Ian Gregg? He's on 1.6. Yeah, again, I'm not gonna be able to save money on his contract. What about Marco Perrone? He's on 1.1 mil. It's highly unlikely I'll be able to save money here. Yeah. It's going to be too early in the season to renegotiate Hamilton's terms, I don't think. Yeah, he's recently started a new contract. Okay. 780k, that's expensive. I need to refurb that. Absolutely need to refurb that. That's 120k. Yeah. I need to do that as well. And there goes all my cash, down to 42 grand. We just need to limp home until the end of the month. Back up to 42k with some money from the tour centre. Jack Crawford's gone up by a rating point. Very nice. Battery's made a counter offer. Interesting. A 2 mil signing bonus and a race target bonus, which is definitely going to be achievable, just to save his salary by 2 mil. It's just not worth it. And that would commit us to signing him for an extra season on top as well. Let me make a counter offer. Don't want to pay 10 mil. I certainly don't want that. Could make him a most obscene bonus, but only if he wins. That's only going to save me $1.5 million this year. And then there's a likelihood that that might potentially kick in next season. Yeah, we're not going to be able to save money on Valtteri. Damn it. Kind of hoping we might be able to. Got a new regulation boat about to hit. Alright, end of the month. So, a point gained in cornering for Jack. And that's what bumped him up to 73 overall. Gained a point in reactions for Pietro. See, these guys are only on like $500,000. This guy's only on like 150 to 300k. He's on 3.5 mil, but we need him for the commercial stuff. Main drivers. Valtteri's actually gained a point in reactions. Look, very nice. Alright. Still don't quite have enough to be able to build a wing. And watch that all disappear. Yeah, we're losing too much money every month. Alright, so that's where our car sits at the moment. We haven't got any upgrades on the car yet. We've got new parts that we can't afford to build. So Ferrari have got new side pods and they're working on a new underfloor. Haas say they're having a great start to the season. Yeah, I can agree with that, given where Behrman is. Let's get the pit crew training put in. So let's have a look. We came so close to actually getting some pit stop points. Let's see if we can bring this down just enough to maybe stand a chance of getting some pit stop points in Jeddah. There we go. Give them the Monday off. We'll do a day of car building because we do need to work on that this year. Go to some split training on the run up to Australia. Let's do a day of car building, some gym training, and some more gym training. Finish the month on 22, and that gets us down to just under 10% on our chance of a mistake, under 2.3 seconds for our estimated pit stop time. And our car building goes up to 63%. Alright. We are close to getting some money from the sponsors. And we've got a new regulation vote coming up as well. Let's see. Yeah. I'm just going to ignore that. So... minor changes across the board, 5% or 10% across the board. We'll go for moderate regulation changes. Give us a chance to close up to some of the front boys a little bit better. See how everyone else votes. We get target achieved with a nice little bit of spare overhang there as well. We also had our fuel advert as well, so that gives us about 5 mil, which means we can finally start to build those parts that have been sat waiting to be built since very early February. Our new chassis. Let's get 4 of those going. I mean, I would love to be able to build more parts than this, but can't even afford to start any more parts at the moment unless we severely compromise our approach. There we go, we've got less than 1 million left already. Alright, what have we got? Oh, Winter Labert. That's only worth 2.8 mil. Shit. I was hoping that would be worth more. Let's get Ricardo involved. Let's put the factory on notice. Let's see, what else do we want to do? Let's get Fittipaldi doing something as well. There we go. And there we go. So that'll be another 7 mil in 6 weeks' time. And that is where we're going to end it for today. So a monster stream, 5.25 hours, as we got pre-season and our opening Grand Prix weekend, which just happened to be a sprint weekend, out of the way. We'll be back at the usual time of 8 PM tomorrow to kick off round 2 as we head to Jeddah for the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix. Just a normal Grand Prix, no sprint tomorrow. And then that'll be it for the week. And then we'll return on Monday after that. Hopefully my voice will have cleared up enough for me to start doing some recording over the weekend, but I don't know. I'm glad it's not a sprint weekend tomorrow as well, because yeah, I've been going, I say, chatting away now for over 5 hours. That's, you know, just the first hour is more conversation than I've had, or more than I've used my voice in the entirety of the last week. So throat's a bit dry now, and I'm going to feel it in the morning. I have no doubt about that, but I'm glad we finally got season 2 underway. If you have enjoyed tonight's monster stream, then a thumbs up would be hugely appreciated. If you haven't yet subscribed to the channel, then why not consider subscribing as well? I don't normally sound quite so bad as this, so don't let that put you off. And be sure to hit that bell for notifications on new videos and the starting of live streams as well. And I'll be back, as I say, usual time tomorrow. Until then, that's it for me. Thanks for watching. I am Jim Bob, and I'll be back with more F1 Manager very soon.